Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. We are doing the long haul today. We are going from New York, JFK International to Frankfurt Main Airport, all the way over in Germany. I estimate the time, hello Joseph, of about 9 hours, but it may go quicker than that. It may take a bit longer. We'll just keep going and we'll get there when we get there. So as always, while I'm setting up the aircraft, please read today's description. Okay, please. I've updated some information in there because we had some questions. Good morning, Amin. We had some questions about the speed of the aircraft and why doesn't it not go faster. I've looked up all the pertinent information about the 747-8 Intercontinental. So it's all there. That is not a lie. It is all fact. We're operating the aircraft within the correct parameters. Okay. Morning, Bex. All right. So let's get in here, get things set up. Now, one other thing. I have looked. I'll talk about the glitch with the flight plans. For whatever reason, I don't think it's necessarily a Boeing related thing. It's just something that happens every so often, but I have a workaround. Yes, so let's get in here, get things started, and we will be in the air before we know it. So please read that information while I do this. Lots of good stuff to know in there. All right, so we want to find that switch right there. We're going to move that to battery. And then right below there's the cover for we click that on. And then right there, we have external power, so we can get the aircraft set up further for our flight. We have power from the ground. So, so a couple things we're going to do before we ask for our taxi clearance and everything. We're going to go here. We're going to switch this plan. We're going to zoom out to about 80 nautical miles. Right there. Come down here. We're going to hit legs. We go next page, next page, next page. All right, so right there, you see that? There is our busted approach, right? That mess right there, for whatever reason, okay? So here's the workaround that I'm going to do. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to restart the flight plan. I'm going to restart whatever you want to call it. We're going to restart, basically. And then it should clear out. I found this quite by accident the other day. I figured I found a solution. So if we identify it as a broken approach or arrival portion of the flight, for me at least, is the workaround. I don't know if it's the same on the PC or not, but for the Xbox side, I don't know if it's just a software problem that they need to look at. But anyway, so we got that solved, hopefully. So we're going to look again. Now I just lost power. Okay, this is rather odd. All my systems just shut off. All right, let's restart again. This is not starting off very well, is it? Try one more time. I don't want. We have a bit of a surprise for the ATC, or not the ATC, the co-pilot voice today. We'll talk about that once we get this all sorted. Battery. External power and external power. All right, let's see if this solved the problem. Hopefully. We will find out in just a moment here. Let's have a look again. So there it is, it's fixed. So we're set to go. Okay, so while we can continue setting up the aircraft, so I'm going to get the, so we'll go back here. Oops. Back to the very beginning. Just dial that out. So we'll keep track of that, but everything looks good now. It looks correct. We don't have any of those extra waypoints and back and forth and all that kind of stuff. So here, and take off. Zero flaps. And I put the V2 speed to 11. Switch the back to like did that. All right, so we'll go ahead and get our clearance, and then we'll get ready for pushback, and then we'll start up.
Kennedy ground, World Air 49er heavy IFR to Frankfurt.
I don't know. I've never been in an A380, so I can't say.
World Air 49er heavy is cleared to Frankfurt Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 31 left climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.75 squawk 6306. World Air 49er heavy cleared to Frankfurt Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 31 left climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure on 124.75 squawk 6306. World Air 49er heavy read back correct. Contact ground on 121.65. Good day. Kennedy ground, World Air 49er heavy with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. World Air 49er heavy taxi to and hold short of runway 31 left by taxiway Kilo Foxtrot Alpha Juliet cross runway 4 left Juliet Zulu. Contact tower on 119.1 when ready. Taxi to and hold short runway 31 left using taxiway Kilo Foxtrot Alpha Juliet cross runway 4 left Juliet Zulu. World Air 49er heavy.
Let's get our lights on, and then we'll push back. All right. Oh, and let's go ahead and churn our fuel. Warning, fish guns. We have an airplane come to New York City. Okay. Switch. Need to turn. Okay, I don't think we need that. All right, so let's request pushback.
Kennedy ground, World Air 49er heavy requesting pushback. World Air 9er heavy pushback request accepted.
Flaps into position. So our runway isn't a very far taxi, but it's a bit of a tight turns, a couple places, but we'll get there. All right, here we go. The long haul begins. Uh-oh. I should have done that before we left the gate.
Kennedy ground, World Air 9er heavy requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the left. World Air 9er heavy, your request has been transmitted to the operator. Kennedy ground, World Air 9er heavy requesting the end of pushback. World Air 9er heavy request to end pushback received.
All right, so I want to get some dome lights on here so it's a little bit easier to see. There we go. Perfect. All right. There we go. All right, so we have our fuel pumps on. We got to turn on our engine bleed switch. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got fuel flowing. So we're going to pull the starter for number 1. We're going to start right here and work our way across. Okay. Awesome fish guns. So I see movement on the numbers. Hit that, and then we go back. We look. We look. We wait for this to pop back in, and then we'll hit 2, and we'll keep repeating that till everything is started up. There we go. There's 2. So the numbers, I'll kind of zoom in here. So we're looking at this number up here in this little box. Once that starts moving, I can click on that, and then it'll start the engine. So there we are. So now we wait for 2 to get done, and then we'll go to 3, and then 4. Then all of our engines will be started, and we will get out of here. Begin this long journey across the Atlantic. There's 3. All right, I see a number moving. Let's do that. Oh, the sun's already coming up here. Be a nice early morning takeoff. Well, Amin, it's fine. Can I just set the aircraft up, please? And we'll see what we can do about that. You may not be able to see much because we're going to be out of here quick. So, I did do a flying tour of New York way long time ago. So it's, if you go back into like August or September. I think it was on September. Yeah, it was in September. So we did a flying tour of New York in September. So if you want to see your future city, there's your best chance for it. So we're not doing a scenic tour in a 747 right now. So all right, all of our engines are started. Let's go back to legs before I forget. May go back to do a flying tour of New York at some point, but today is not the day. Okay. Why does it look like somebody left something out here on the taxiway? What is that? It's a baggage thing. Oh my goodness. What a numpty. Alright. Plus it's dark. You're not going to really be able to see much of anything, I assure you. You'll just see a bunch of city lights, that's about it. If you see anything at all. We're gonna, yeah, see, like, I don't think we're near enough to the city proper to get any kind of a view of it, so all right, so hello Charan, welcome. How are you? So once we get in there, we'll have a couple conversations about some things. So this turn went way better than it did the other day because I was practicing the taxi and everything just to kind of get a sense of. This is a big aircraft to steer. It is not easy, that's for sure. Now I think, yeah, it goes all. So right here is where traditionally most planes would take off. They would turn, basically right there and wait for clearance to take off. We are going to the very end of the runway because we're going to need pretty much the whole thing to get going. Just about, but we'll be fine. I did do a practice takeoff, so we're okay. This way just a bit to help with the turn. try to squeeze over this way just a bit. Give us a little bit of room to work with when we line up on the taxiway. Hello, Storm. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Yep, everybody, if you're just joining, please do read today's description of the flight. Lots of information there.
World Air 9er, 49er Heavy ready.
Check it out.
Departure runway 31 left. World Air 9er, 49er Heavy altimeter tree, 0.17 wind 253 at 10.
Now check this out.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 31 left.
Bam. It automatically
Cleared for takeoff,
updates.
runway 31 left, World Air 9er, 49er Heavy.
So we have a different co-pilot today. Yay. So Mr. Addies, you are the co-pilot for this flight. Better be here for the long haul, young man. Is it raining? It looks like it's raining or something. Can't believe Mr. Addies was the first one in the chat, which means he's in the right seat today, assisting me during the flight. Better have a lot of snacks and everything. Alright, I think this is about as good as it's going to get lined up. Alright, switch the auto throttle on. Autopilot is there. Our navigation stuff is right there. Flight director is on. Alright, everybody, buckle up. Oh! Buckle up. Here we go. I gotta squeeze forward just a smidge. Bingo. Here we go. Just like nose down, just to make sure the nose stays on the ground while we build speed. 90, 100. Wait for the V1. It's coming up.
V1.
All right, here we go. Ooh, felt like I might have dragged the tail just a bit on that climb. We are in the air. We are on our way.
World Air 9er, 49er Heavy contact New York departure on 124.75. Good day. 124.75. World Air 9er, 49er.
No,
New York departure.
yeah, you are
World
on.
Air 9er, 49er Heavy is passing 1,400 feet, climbing 10,000 feet. World Air 9er, 49er Heavy New York departure altimeter tree 0.17 continue as planned.
Alright, so we can turn down the dome light just a smidge. Keep it on just in case we need it for something. Alright, and away we go. So yeah, there's nothing really to see, and we're not flying over the city. So what I'm going to do here
maintain flight level 180 World Air 9er 49er heavy.
is I'm just going to go to vertical navigation, and then the systems will go ahead and start moving us along. So there we go. So it automatically knows to go, oh, since 10,000. But I don't have to worry about that. It's on its way to, should go to 18. I'll go ahead and put it in just in case. But it should automatically go to the altitudes in the flight plan. I'll just, ooh, it's kind of weird.
Good day.
Okay, well, good for you. Hopefully it works out for you.
New York Center,
Right,
World
go
Air
ahead.
9er 49er Heavy is at 9,500 feet, climbing flight level 180.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy, New York Center, altimeter tree 0.15, continue to be AYYS as planned.
Updated. Look at that. Super easy. There we are. Look at that cloudy flight coming out. No, he was the second one in this morning, so he gets to be the second first officer. That's fine. Pex. Yeah, really not much to see. Since we're out of here pretty quick, there wouldn't be much detail to see. So the journey begins.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy, contact Boston Center on 132 decimal tree. Good day.
132 decimal tree, World Air 9er 49er Heavy. Boston Center, World Air 9er 49er Heavy is at 12,700 feet, climbing flight level 180. World Air 9er 49er Heavy, Boston Center, altimeter tree 0.15, continue to be AYYS as planned.
So there we are. Adios, JFK. And the old crusty salute. We are on our way. Now, hopefully, let's have a look. Look at that. We've already got a 49 knot, kind of like a tailwind. So that, if we have a tailwind, that should, in theory, help us get there a little bit quicker. So, there we go. Yes, live weather becks. We have not tinkered with the weather. We are going to let the chips fall where they may, so to speak. So.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy, climb and maintain flight level 270.
Let's see, are we already... It's going to go ahead and keep going. Perfect.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy.
It's already going, so we're fine.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy, contact Boston Center on 128.1. Good day. Going to 128.1 World Air 9er 49er Heavy. Boston Center, World Air 9er 49er Heavy is at flight level 190, climbing flight level 270. World Air 949er Heavy Boston Center, continue to be AYYS as planned.
Bingo, we are at our standardized pressure. Look at that, it's absolutely amazing. The systems work. It's phenomenal. It's unbelievable. Crazy even. Well, that was a major concern early on, fish guns, but I think the problem's been resolved. Now, the only thing that may happen, fingers crossed it doesn't. I hope I don't, we have some really cold weather today. I hope it doesn't affect the internet system where I live. So, yeah. But fingers crossed everything goes well. If the stream quits, I don't think I have enough time today to restart it. So, I do apologize in advance if for some reason the internet goes wonky and just quits, then yeah. So, but hopefully that does not happen. I'm more concerned about my Wi-Fi and the signal and everything to make sure that everything is going according to correctly, because if I lose Wi-Fi on my computer, my Xbox is wired, so it should be okay, but anyway, all right. So the avionics they don't switch off, Oscar. Everything's running as according to plan. So no, the avionics never switch off. So the avionics are essentially flying the plane right now. So no, we don't turn off the avionics. We need all this stuff on. If we lose power, then it would be nearly impossible for me to fly this whole route manually. That is a lot of work. I couldn't do it. So look at that. A nice sunrise here. We're steadily on our way to flight level 430. That is our cruising altitude for today. Yes, Mick, you read everything correctly. That is correct, sir. Thank you.
World Air 949er Heavy climb and maintain flight level 410. Climb and maintain flight level 410. World Air 9er
Dial it in,
49er
even though it should be already in the system. Just to be safe. I don't know. That is just phenomenal, Mick. I can't believe. I'm going to give you a gold star for that. and even then, I think Bex needs to give you some cookies as well. Bex needs to drop those off for you. Bex mix some cookies for that too. He gets a gold star and some cookies.
49er Heavy contact Boston Center on 124.85. Good day. 124.85 for World Air 9er 49er Heavy. Boston Center World Air 9er 49er Heavy is passing flight level 285, climbing flight level 410.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy Boston Center, continue to Fox 7 as planned.
Yes, thank you, Mick. I appreciate that. Great, they fixed it, I hope. There was a bug where... Oh, yeah. Well, we had that. So kind of a quick recap. So we spawned into our aircraft at the gate. I turned on the external power to check, kind of get things set up. I checked the flight plan all the way. So if we look at this, kind of look at the big picture here, and I'll show you how I did it. So you switch this to weather, and then there's a knob here. You switch that to plan, PLN, and then you come down here. So we're on our way to FOXWD, FOXWD, right? So now if I go down here, kind of, if I can get the... Ooh, no, I can't do that way. Ooh, no, I can't do it that way. All right, so basically right here, if I go along the flight plan, the route, initially, if we looked in here, this portion was like a bunch of different lines, okay? It was like we would be zigzagging back and forth between our arrival point, which is Unach, and Rambob. So we restarted, because I found that's, if I do that, then it works out okay. So we did that, and then it when we restarted the flight, I put the battery on and the external power and all that, and then before I could even look at anything, the stuff turned off. So I restarted it again, and now third time's a charm, and here we go. So we are on our way. So that's something I didn't know about that, and I think Percival was the one that told me yesterday how to do that. I never knew all that stuff. So thank you, Percival. If you're in here or you're watching later on, I do greatly appreciate you pointing out those little bits of information. So that saves us the hassle of not, like guessing that the flight plan is going to be okay, and then it turns out not to be. So we can look ahead, and then if I hit the pause button, okay, the lights just all went off. I heard that zzz, and then I was worried that something else was happening, but the lights basically are all off now. So looking ahead and then hitting the pause button, hitting the X button, which is like restart. So it's like, a do-over. And that seems to fix the problem. I don't know why the problem is happening. I just know it's happening. And I don't think it's necessarily something to do with the Boeing systems in the sim. It could be, but I don't know. Now, let's talk about that for a moment. Some of you were asking about the 777. A couple of people have asked about it and everything. Now, here's the deal. After I discovered this workaround for this little glitch, basically, I tested it with the Captain Sim 777s. Now, the glitch existed, so it's not that it has anything to do with the Captain Sim aircraft existing in my hangar. And sometimes there's been an issue with that early on where no problem, Oscar. I checked, and so I downloaded those, the 777 freighter and the 777-300ER. That's the extended range version of the 777-300. That the bug does exist there, but the workaround seems to work just fine. That being said, now here's another thing. Okay, just so that everybody kind of knows what's happening. The what do you call it? The 777-300ER has an Emirates airline logo or livery for the plane. So I know some people were asking about that. So that's something to consider. Okay. But a plane like that, that's not something I can use for like an hour-long flight. That's too much plane for an hour-long flight. We would never be able to really appreciate the whole thing. So before you ask for it, please consider that, you know, we prefer. So look at that. We're already at our Mach number, right? Down over here, it says 0.83. So we are on our way to our cruising speed of 0.85. Okay. So I just want to clarify that. So we are doing good. We're still climbing to 410 flight level. Everything's looking good. We're well above the clouds now. Look at that. Sea of clouds pretty much in every direction. Look at that. So that's something to consider. Okay, but please don't put in that you want a short distance, because I'm not going to fly a 777 in a 30-minute flight. That's not that's not very reasonable. So yes, I checked. I did not realize that they were there. They may have been there before, and I just don't remember it. I don't know. So there we go. Now, here in a few minutes, we will talk about the view requested flight for the 11th of February. So before I say, give me your route, give me your flight, and I will start looking it up, I'm going to reiterate, I need the departure airport code. So like JFK, yeah, it's doing pretty good, you know. So we should get the call for 430 here in a moment, and we are set. And it's just going to do its thing, and it's going to continue to climb. So yes, this is working pretty darn good. So there we are. We are doing phenomenally well. So, and then it'll increase to 0.85, or it may keep it about 0.83, but typically it goes to 0.85 for the cruising speed. So it will adjust accordingly. There we go. So I'll go ahead and dial that in.
Climb and maintain flight level 430, World Air 949er Heavy.
World Air 949er Heavy, contact Boston Center on 133.
So there we are.
325. Good day.
We are
Going to 133.3.
We are cooking with Crisco, as they like to say.
Boston Center, World Air 949er Heavy is at flight level 410, climbing flight level 430. World Air 949er Heavy, Boston Center, continue to KB 818 as planned.
So that is the marker right there in front of us, that one. So almost a 79 knot tailwind coming off our left side here. So hopefully we will... Yes, DJ Records. That is correct. I am. So we're doing good. All right, so again, I need the departure airport, the 4-letter identifier. Okay, so like JFK is K, which is the first letter code for the United States, and then there's a 3-letter code after that. So KJFK is for JFK International out of New York. EDDF is the 4-letter code for Frankfurt, for instance. So do your research. We got plenty of time. So if you want me to do a flight on the 11th, and I'm not asking yet, not yet, I will in a moment, I need you to give me that information. Okay, so you've got between now and I'll tell you when I'm ready for that information, because I'm going to research it. Okay, I'm going to look at the information and just figure out what sort of aircraft can I fly in and out of there. So again, don't tell me a dirt strip and then expect me to fly a 747 out of there. That's not very realistic, okay? And I'm not going to do that. So please be aware of that. All right? So I am going to take a short break, grab some water. I've got some cereal next to me that I'm going to snack on throughout the flight, so I don't have to run to the kitchen back and forth. So I have something to sustain me, but I will periodically have to step away for a moment, stretch my legs, move around for a minute, and then I'll be back. So I won't be gone like for hours on end. I'm just, I'm going to just step away, put the mute button on, and then I'll be back. So anyway, so we are there we are, we're pretty much at our cruising altitude, and then everything will sort itself out. So we are good. Everything is working as intended. Okay. So we are not even quite into the first hour of the flight, but I don't think that this doesn't have a chronometer like the A320 does. It probably does, but I don't know where it would be. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure where. So, all right, we'll go ahead and put these off so that the passengers can start moving around. Enjoy the first class accommodations and whatever else. Yeah, we're doing good. Everything is going according to plan. So I'm going to leave it on the outside view for a moment while I step away, so you guys can kind of enjoy the yeah, it is fish guns. So enjoy the view for a while, for a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm not going very far, trust me. I need to stretch my legs for a minute, and I will be back in just a moment. Okay.
Heavy contact Austin Center on 128.2. Good day. Going to 128.2 World Air 49er Heavy. Boston Center, World Air 49er Heavy flight level 430.
World Air 49er Heavy Boston Center, continue to KB 81E as planned.
All right, I'm back. Back in here, because it's a little quieter in here, it feels like. I think I could turn down that dome light now all the way off. We don't need it. So, let's look at some time here. The current time in Frankfurt is 13:21 hours, so 1 o'clock, almost 1:30 in the afternoon there. So now, I think when we land, it's going to either be dark or close to dark. I don't know for sure. I was trying to work in my head the time zone differences and our flight time and everything. I think we'll be landing close to dark, but we'll know when we get closer. As we cross the Atlantic Ocean on our way, we'll know for sure. I do have a co-pilot. You just don't see the co-pilot sitting next to me. They don't. That's something I don't know that they're going to really ever worry about, Neocon Gaming. But there is, if we look outside, maybe we'll look at that later on. Or actually, you know what? We can do it right now. So camera. We'll have a quick view around the plane. Okay. So here we go. Zoom in. It's like we got a little drone flying around our aircraft as the aircraft flies. So if we go right up here to the flight deck, right? There's the pilot, and there's the co-pilot right there. Now if we zoom in a little bit closer, there we are. We have our co-pilot. Yeah. So it should be about dark time. It should be getting dark. That's what I figured, but I was like, I didn't know if my math was working correctly with trying to figure out what time it would be when we arrive. So if it's dark, that's even better. Then I get some dark flying hours, added to my 50 hours needed for that achievement. So there we are. So there's our plane. There we go. So we do have a co-pilot. You never see me fly around the plane like this before, Bex? Or a woman, a female first officer, or both. So yeah, I changed it. I was kind of tinkering around with it yesterday to see if there was different options, because the co-pilot I had was like something you'd see like a bush pilot wear. That doesn't look very authentic as a co-pilot for an airliner. So, but there we are. That's a pretty awesome view. I think I'll get a picture of that. So there we go. No, I don't believe so. Well, let's check. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Let's see. I don't think the Asobo version, they might be. Yeah, there's a few. You can see a few passengers through the window. You can kind of make the outline out, sort of. Like you could see maybe they are. I don't know. It's hard. I don't know that Asobo put that much work into it, quite honestly, because this is the Asobo version of the 747. I don't think there is. Ooh, man, I cannot get this thing to steady out, because the plane's doing its thing. It's possible, but I don't really. It's like there's something there, but I don't know if it's like the outline of the seat. Oh, okay, Vex. I thought I've done that a couple times when you've watched me fly. Oh well. Alright, so let's get back in here. So we are still... Hello, Ahani. Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Yeah, exactly. I think we basically have kind of a tailwind, I think. So we're doing good. We're doing quite well. Yeah, look at that. We got a 75 knot tailwind. So yeah, we are doing very well. So yeah. Oh, that's okay, Bex. No worries. All right, now get ready. You have. I'm going to do your research. Whoever puts it in first into the chat gets first crack at the flight, view requested flight for the 11th of. No, we've got a long way to go, honey. No, we are over the Atlantic. We are on our way to Germany. We've got a long way to go. Trust me. So, yeah, we got a nice jet stream here. Hopefully that will help keep the help with a little bit of the speed, possibly. So, all right. So, go ahead and give me your first one in the chat. That gives me hello, Mela. That gives me a flight for the 11th. I need the departure airport code and the arrival airport code. Go for it. Yeah, we just took off out of JFK about 45 minutes ago or so, give or take. Yeah, we got a while to go here. So first one that gives it to me, we'll give it a shot, and I'll see if we have a winner for the 11th of February. I know plenty of you were asking about, can I fly here or fly there, so don't be shy now. Okay, EME to BMK. All right. Well, all right. So EME, I need the first letter, so that I can look. Hold on a second, Neocon. Let's have a look. I'll see if I can find the airport. EME. So are you talking about Emden, Germany? That's the only EME airport that I see. So is it well, would it be EDWE for Emden? Is that what you're looking for? Is that correct? Oh, EDWE. Okay, hold on. I didn't see that. EDWE to... Hold on. EDWE. That is Emden. Okay. Going to... EDWR. Okay. That is... Borkum. Okay. So Borkum seems like a very small airport. So yeah, only a longest runway is 3,200 feet. So if I'm going to do that, you said EWE. That seems like a larger airport. Yeah. So let's have a look here at the airport information for our departure. Okay, so for a flight like that, because they're fairly close in size, I can do a turboprop flight in like the King Air 350i. Okay, so if we go here, let me look at the information. So EDWE, going to EDWR. That's okay. That's a short flight. I can do that on Friday. Okay, I can do that. So, you are confirmed for the 11th of November. Congratulations. So I can do that in the King Air 350i. It's just the standard. It's nothing special. So, or I could use like, well, I can use the PC6, the Pilatus PC6, for that flight then. So, so yeah, you are confirmed. Congratulations, Neocon Gaming. You got the flight for that Friday. Okay. So, yes, man. There's been no livery packs for the the 11th of February. Yes, that's a Friday. Okay. Now, that's going to be a very short flight. It's only like 22 nautical miles, so it will go very quickly, but I'm happy to do that for you. Okay, so with that in mind, if somebody else can give me one more flight for the 11th, yes, it did. It did everything fine. So one more flight, because that's going to be very quick, which is fine. I can do one more flight. So somebody else give me the airport stuff. Go. Do the smooth landing. Okay, well, I will always try to land smoothly. That's always my intention, honey. So, yes, I will do my utmost best. Okay, so somebody else give me another flight. Faro. Hold on, let me look that up. Okay, that's in Canada? Is that what you're talking about? Faro in Canada? Is that what I'm understanding to be correct? Just give me a yes or no. Oh, in South Africa. Okay.
49er, heavy contact, Boston Center on 133.45. Good day.
133.45, World Air 9er, 49er Heavy. Boston Center, World Air 9er, 49er Heavy, flight level 430.
Quite a while. We just took off from JFK Claudino, so we've got a long way to go. Okay. I don't know if I'm getting this right. It's Faroe Islands. Nope, that's not it. That's Ecuador. I have Canada, I have Ecuador, I have Faroe Islands in Vagar, I have a Faro in, well, that's like a long name, Farooq Ahmad Khan. That's an airport in Pakistan, and I have one in Portugal. I don't have one for South Africa. Neocon, so you got your, honey, I am using the Pilatus PC6 for Neocon's flight. So Neocon, is it, oh, are you asking Royalburg to Cape Town? Is that R.O. Royalburg? Let me see if that's what it could be. Royalburg. RG. Sorry, I thought you were asking for another flight. Nope, there's no airport with the name Royalburg. So, if you, yeah. Or Rule, R-O-O-I, Royberg. Okay, let me try that. R-O-O-I-B-E-R-G. Nope, that's not it. So let me zoom in on South Africa and see if I can't discover some, maybe not here. Hold on, let me take a look here. I'm not going to say no just yet. Let me see if I can't sort this out. All right, there's Cape Town. There's Overberg. There's Port Elizabeth, East London, and yeah, so I can go from like Cape Town to Overberg. I mean, that doesn't seem very difficult to do. So what about Cape Town to Overberg? Is that sufficient? Okay, back end guy, sorry. I'm working, please don't spam. You put it in twice, okay? I'm working with somebody else who's making a request, and I'm not ready to accept another request, okay? I'm working Ahani's flight, okay? Or no, not Hani, Sven's, I'm sorry. So, please sit tight. I am flying in India next week, so that may satisfy your request. All right, so Sven, are you talking? If I can do Cape Town to Overberg, is that fine for you? I need you to tell me yes or no. Okay, hello again, Addies. Didn't know you left. So, Sven, give me a thumbs up if that is acceptable to you. I can do that. So Cape Town to Overberg. Is that a yay or nay? Hello, Sven 7. I'm not sure. These weird letters and numbers in together. So I need you to say yes, that's acceptable, or you'll pass. Okay. Okay. Cool, Joseph. Hopefully it went well.
Heavy contact Moncton Center on 124.3. Good day.
124.3 for World Air 9er, 49er Heavy. Moncton Center, World Air 9er.
I don't have the Concorde yet, honey. It's not available yet.
World Air 9er, 49er Heavy, Moncton Center, continue to Alex as planned.
Oh, Mello, what do you like? Is that how it's spelled? Yeah. So I'm giving you a few more minutes. I need an answer soon, so I can. Okay, Ahani, I just said. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I don't have the Concorde in this version of Flight Sim. It is coming soon. It hasn't been released yet. Once we get it, and I figure out how it all works, I'll be happy to do a Concorde flight. Trust me, I will be ecstatic to do it. So we don't have it, so I can't do it. Okay? I imagine, Amela. All right, Sven. I'm going to give you 3 more minutes to answer. So please give me an answer if that's acceptable to you. Otherwise, we are going to go on to somebody else. But talking about India, on the, I have it written down in my notes here, my flight plans. On yep, we are in the on the 2nd of February. That's Tuesday. No, Wednesday. Wednesday, the 2nd of February. We're going from Cochin International. I hope I'm saying that, to Rajiv Gandhi International. So we are flying in India. So that satisfies that request without even, that was just kind of planned last moment. So let me look at the, matter of fact, I gotta write down the date for the 11th. I gotta grab a piece of scratch paper and write down that airport stuff. It was EDWE to EDWR, I believe. All right, time's running out, Sven. I need you to answer me. Please and thank you. Otherwise, we will move on. Yep. EDWE to EDWE. And that is requested by Neocon King. Okay. No, is it him? Oh, I apologize, Neocon. I thought it's all good. So let me make sure. Yep, Neocon. So I will make a note of your name. So you are the official first officer for that flight. So there you are. All right. All right. Here we go. All right. I think I've given Sven enough time to give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. All right. Somebody else give me another flight then. Since I'm doing India on the 2nd, I'm not going to do an additional one on the. That should be more than sufficient, I think. So somebody else give me another flight. I have on that Friday it'll be 6:30 Eastern, 11:30 UK. I try to stick to that. So yeah, that's when we'll do it. So I need somebody else to give me another departure and destination. Gave Sven enough time to give us a positive or a thumbs up or thumbs down. So I offered the Cape Town to Overberg, and I guess that's not sufficient. So now also not all the airports, well, all the major airports exist in the game except the ones that have obviously been closed down. So yeah, if I look and try to find like the city name or anything by that, if there's no airport there, even though in the real world there might be, they haven't put it in the game. So that's why I try to offer an alternate to your request, so that at least I might be in the general region, but I can't give you the exact airports. Okay, Dusseldorf to Mallorca. Okay. Honey, please read the channel the description for the flight today. Okay, that should answer a lot of your questions. EDDL. Okay, hold on. EDDL to LEPA. LEPA. Oops. LEPA. Oh, we've flown to Palma, I think, before, a long time ago. That's 72 nautical miles. I could do that. That's an easy one. Okay, Claudino, I can give you the thumbs up. So we got 2 flights for the 11th. We are good to go. For that flight, Claudino, I can do. I know both of them are pretty decent sized airports, but let me look at the. Let me look at the arrival airport, Lepa, and see what the runway size is. I think we've landed there before. It sounds familiar. Because I was kind of skirting around the Europe and everything. So I just need to look at the... I need the runway. What's the size of the runway? 10,000. Okay, I could probably do. I could do an A320 on that service. Let's see. I just have to look at the departure airport, but I think that should be sufficient. Let's see. Oh yeah, we can do an A320 then. We'll do a Lufthansa flight out of there. So there we go. All right, we are done for the 11th. So, we'll wait a little bit longer. We'll spend some time flying, and then we'll go in the. We'll talk about the 18th. So between now and just try to research your information. So Claudino and Neocon, your flights are all set. So you can't. Please don't ask for anything on the 18th. So we'll give somebody else a turn. I don't have a Lufthansa livery, and I'd feel a little bit more comfortable using the A320 or the 737 Max. I'm not confident about the stopping distance. I've never landed on a short runway. Kind of. It seems very, very quick, and especially if I hover over the runway too long, we're going to run out of runway very quickly. So I think because I do have a Lufthansa livery for the A320, and I don't know, do we have one for the 737? I know we have the one for the A320. So yeah. So honey. So basically, this is how my channel works. I spend time creating a flight plan. Okay. I try to find interesting places to take off from and land at. Okay. I'm giving a couple Fridays each month to viewers to say, I'd really like to see you fly from here to here. And if I can do it, if it seems very reasonable, and I can give you the, working within the confines of what I have available, I'm more than happy to do it. But once we land today, because this is going to be a very long flight, okay, we're done. I'm not flying anymore today, trust me, for streaming. Okay. So that's where we're at. Okay, we've got still a long way to go, but tomorrow, if you want to know about tomorrow, well, let me write that down so I don't forget plugging in. It was EDDL.
Worlder 949er heavy contact Moncton Center on 127.125. Good day.
127.125. Worlder 949er heavy.
LEPA.
Moncton Center. Worlder 949er heavy flight level 430.
PC6.
Worlder 949er heavy Moncton Center. Continue to keep out as planned.
A320. Okay. No, not yet. In the forums, there's been some folks who've tried it and they've had some terrible luck with it. It's not gone very well, so no, not yet. Eventually, we will do some scenic flights around that area, possibly, but I'm a bit, what do you call it? Yeah, that's a bit. So tomorrow, which is today's the 20th. Okay, tomorrow. So here's what we're gonna do. Tomorrow we're flying. We're gonna take the Cessna 152, and we are gonna fly along the Panama Canal. Okay. I originally was going to do it in the Spitfire, but it would go very fast. We wouldn't really be able to take in everything about the Panama Canal. So we're going to do it in a little bit slower plane so we can enjoy and look at the scenery and look at the canal from the air. Okay, we're going to try to fly a little bit low so you can get a good look. I'm going to try my best to do that. Sometimes the 152 does not want to sort itself out right away. Okay, so we're going to do that. Now, I do have a special flight planned for the Spitfire. Okay, hey, take care, Milla. I'm happy to see you here as always. I hope you have a wonderful day. Please stay warm and safe. Catch you laters. So, I don't want to reveal where we're flying yet. Okay, I want it to be a bit of a surprise, but I think some viewers will be quite pleased. I think everybody will be quite pleased with the flight overall because it's a Spitfire, but I think some folks will be especially pleased. So take that for however you think it will be, but we have a special flight for the Spitfire on Saturday. Okay, so I still want to fly it, but when I looked at the distance from the Pacific side of the canal to the Atlantic side, it's very short, and in a plane like the Spitfire, it would be, we'd be circling around forever, and it's just, we wouldn't really be able to enjoy the scenery. So I think a plane like the 152, it might be a melt. You never know. We've got a long way to go, so it's possible. So yeah. So that's for Saturday. On Sunday, we're in the Stearman 75, this really wonderful biplane from DC Designs, and we're going to do a flying tour of San Francisco. Okay. So people were asking about scenic flights yesterday. We got 2 scenic flights scheduled for the weekend. Okay. Monday, we are in the A320neo going from Reykjavik to Murmansk. That should be a good flight. Can I give you this game? Okay, St. Cristo. Well, that's a bit rude to come in and ask me like that. You don't even know me, and I don't even know you. So the initial answer would be no. well, the straight up answer would be no. I don't. It's not like I'm sitting on a pile of cash and just can give people this game as a gift. Okay, I don't have that capability. However, if you are on the Xbox and you have the Game Pass, you can, I think still, the standard edition is available on Game Pass for free. So you can download it and play it. But you're paying for if you have Game Pass, check it out. It should still be on there. Standard edition, like 20 planes, more than enough to get you going. Okay, but yeah, that's yeah. So that, yeah, I don't even know you and you don't know me, so that's a bit of a strange question to ask me right off the bat. So yes, that is your option. If you can't pay for the game but you can't afford the Xbox Game Pass, there you go. So I would utilize that. Okay? But thank you for coming in. Hopefully that helps you out. But I don't have the means to just gift people this game. I don't have I'm not sitting on a bunch of codes for the game or anything like that. I'm not that tight with a Sobo or anything like that. So if I was, we would do a drawing or something, but no, I'm not that integrated with the flight sim community and getting to know the folks at Asobo and Microsoft. So that would be the way I could do it where it wouldn't cost me anything. But that takes time, a relationship that takes time to develop. But, yeah. So, on the PC side, I don't know what the costs are for that. You would have to do the research for it. But, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we are just cruising right along here. Looks like we are over, I think we're over Nova Scotia maybe? So we haven't really gotten across the Atlantic per se. We're still landlocked, I guess you could say. So pretty soon we should actually be over the Atlantic. But we probably skirted part of it. But if we remember, if we go back to the flight I did on New Year's Eve from Heathrow to JFK, some of this terrain and names are looking very familiar. So I think we're over Nova Scotia, or I think it's Nova Scotia.
For World Air 9er, 49er Heavy. Moncton Center, World Air 9er, 49er Heavy flight level 430. World Air 9er, 49er Heavy Moncton Center, continue to JIGTS as planned.
So yeah, we're flying part of this route. It seems that was very familiar from our flight from Heathrow to JFK. So interesting that we're kind of using the same, well, I guess it would be the same waypoints, kind of. So we're just chewing away at the distance a little bit here and there. We haven't seen, we're not close enough over the horizon to see our marker for Frankfurt Main. So we've got still quite a bit ways to go before we see that. So we're just kind of plugging along here. So yeah, we'll wait till a little bit after the into the second half of the flight, we'll talk about the 18th, and so that gives you guys plenty of time to do your research. The 4-letter code for the airport, that helps me out immensely, and then for our departure and arrival. Okay. So yeah, well, I'm just gonna. So Claudino, basically what I do is the plane will fly itself. It's on autopilot. I just hit the mute button. I set the controller down, and I take a step away to stretch my legs and move around, use the restroom, grab something to drink, whatever. So yeah, we're doing the whole flight. So we did on New Year's Eve, we did a flight like that from. It was the longest flight I had done up to that point. This one's a bit longer, going from Heathrow to JFK. So that was, I think, 7, almost 8 hours. So we're stretching it a little bit today. So on the last Friday of the month, that's my long haul flight sort of stuff. Now, long haul has, I can, work with, change some things that it may not be like an 8-hour flight or something like that. It may be like 7 or 6 or maybe even 5. So we're going to mix it up a little bit, but it will hopefully, what we're going to do is something really cool, as time goes on. So this was something that was kind of suggested. The viewer requested flights. I want to give a tip of the old captain's hat to Pulse. He's the one that suggested that maybe opening up the idea of viewer requested flights, and so I said, okay, I can do that on Fridays, but the last Friday I will reserve for basically like a long haul flight. So that gives some good audience interaction, and people will get to see what they want, and we can enjoy the scenery and everything like that together. Okay, so we're trying to find a positive interaction, because early on it was like every day everyone's like, can you do this, and it was like, ah. So that's what we're aiming for. So hopefully, as time goes on, people say, oh man, he did this flight for this person, maybe he'll do this one for me. So that's what the intent is. Within reason, of course. Captain's discretion, as always. Just like what happened with Sven, I look at the information, I offer something if I can, and it's up to you to say yes or no, if it's acceptable. It may not be the exact airports that you want, but if I say I can do these two, is that acceptable? If you say yes, then we're good. If you say no, then we'll move on to the next person. So a bit like a raffle, I guess. Something like that. But yeah, we're trying to have some positive audience interaction here. As you probably have seen, Claudino, sometimes that doesn't always work as intended. No matter what I do or any streamer does, a lot of times the audience is not going to respect what I'm saying. So I'm trying to find a decent bridge of the gap there. So hopefully it goes well. I think it's going to go well. We've already done, I think, one viewer requested flight officially. That was the one for Mila going from Tokyo to Seoul, Korea. It worked out pretty well. So, yeah. So that's the plan, as we like to say. And we're going to try it, and I think hopefully it's going to be very successful, and all that. So, yeah. So we did have some updates to the marketplace as it is. Not anything jaw-dropping or exciting. It's just another. So let's talk about the what do you call it? So the other day was the like the developer Q&A session. York works for Microsoft and works directly with Asobo on the flight sim stuff. So as it stands, and we're talking to Moncton Center quite a bit.
World Air 9er, 49er, Heavy Moncton Center, continue to JIGGS as planned.
Yep. Where was it going with this? So they had a discussion, and somebody really put it together in the forums earlier, or last night or this morning. Basically, as it's been explained, the analogy is the Xbox is a closed garden. Okay, think about it that way. There's a garden there, and it all looks good from the outside, but we can't get in there and actually see how good it is. That is for security reasons. Now, using the DC-6 aircraft for an example, the way that they had to write the code, the software, whatever, for the aircraft to create it it conflicts with the Xbox system. So, between they've got a bunch of heads at Microsoft that work within the Xbox department. They're working with the developer of the aircraft, the PMDG for the DC-6, for instance, to find a way that they can put their aircraft on the Xbox marketplace. Because it was something that a lot of people were looking forward to. And then as soon as they released it, nothing worked, and that's when they discovered. Part of that is because they use an Xbox emulator to test their stuff, so it's not seeing that conflict with the systems. So they may have not known that conflict exists. Okay, so they're trying to find a way to change it and check it somehow. Without being on an actual real-world Xbox, not an emulator, I don't know how they would do it, but that's where we're at. So there is stuff coming, but it may not be till later this year. Hello, I'm Danny. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. B. Gates. I'm trying to remember some of my German, so hopefully you are well. So yes, it's going to take time for them to fix all that. So they're working on it. There's no telling when the fix is going to, how long it's going to take for them to sort it all out. So we will be getting more stuff, but I think the DC-6 issue opened up. Cladino. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, they can be a bit weird. So, yeah, I took a couple courses in German, but I only remember certain phrases and stuff, so yeah, but happy to have you here. We are on our way to Germany. We're on our way to Frankfurt Main International. So yeah, that's basically what the situation is. So there is more stuff coming in the next few weeks. I lived in Germany for a couple years, a long time ago. But, you know, so yeah, I would like to go back one day, because it has probably changed immensely since I was there. So yeah, I do miss it. I really enjoyed my time there. So Heilbronn, Ladino. Oh, you live near Frankfurt. Nice. So yeah, it was about, I think it was like 40 kilometers north of Stuttgart. I think is roughly where, if I remember correctly. I might be a bit off, but it's somewhere in that range from Stuttgart. It's near the Neckar River. I'm from America. I live on the East Coast, Danny. Oh, I'm sorry. You said, where were you? I was in Heilbronn. Yeah. Oh, you asked the question, and I was looking back and forth between, and yeah. Sorry, I misread your question. So yeah, Heilbronn. Yeah, I loved that city. It was amazing. I'd like to go back one day and visit it again. A lot of the places that I remember are no longer there. I know that for a fact from looking at like Google Earth. Yeah, it's all gone. Which, you know, sometimes that's just how it goes. So yeah, but hopefully I like to at least go back and just get the feel for it again, and, you know, just be around there. It probably will be maybe a lot different than I remember it, but I know kind of the major landmarks that I remember. My next question would have been, where are you from? Oh, okay, yeah, I'm from America. So I live on the East Coast, and for security reasons, I don't generally answer more than that. So. Oh, look at that. Oh, we are over the Atlantic now. Look at that. Oh, that looks all frozen right there. Wow, check that out. Hello, Hetty. Welcome. Yeah, look at that. It's all frozen out to a certain point. That is, look at that. That's amazing. Good thing we popped out here. We would have missed this if we kept talking. Look at that. Who wants to go ice skating? Now it's interesting. The other day we were flying in Egypt. We were landing in Egypt, and it was this really amazing landscape there, going into Hurghada. And here we are over the North Atlantic, just cruising along. And look at that. Look at the. That's just. That's crazy.
London Center, World Air 9er, 49er Heavy Flight Level 430.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy Moncton Center, continue to JIGGS as planned.
Looks like we're going to have some more of that up there ahead. It looks like there's some more frozen areas. So, a little, looks like a little island there. Oh, I hope nobody's living on that. That would just be miserable. You'd have to have a good stock of supplies to get you through the winter. Otherwise, you're in deep trouble. No, I'm on the Xbox, Danny. So we can't have mods. That's only for the PC side. I don't know if they will ever allow mods on the PCs or the Xbox side. Kind of in line what I was talking with before, that the Xbox is, as they call it, a closed garden. So if they allowed mods, they would have to open that garden, which they're concerned that that would lead to hacking of their systems, and they don't want to do that. So they're very cautious, but they're trying to find a way to work around some of those security issues. But I don't get the sense that we would ever get the mods on the Xbox side. But that could change down the road if they find a way to keep the closed garden secure, but allowing verified mods and people to, you know, trusted that they're not going to let the system be abused or whatever, you know, something like that. But that's, you know, Asobo or especially Microsoft has to know that they can trust those developers. Yeah. But I can't see that happening in the near future, unfortunately. But yeah, somebody else was talking about mods, and you know that they were going to try to download it from their laptop or their computer onto like a zip drive or something, and then plug it into their. Because the file system on the Xbox is not necessarily the same as it is on a PC. So even if you did all that, you got it to work. I don't know that it would take. I don't think it would. Because if there was that workaround essentially, then people would have discovered it quite some time ago. So yeah, and it would be blasted all over the forums. Trust me, they would be talking about it for days, and everybody would be doing it. So yeah, unfortunately, we're not that lucky. Because if we did, there would be a whole lot of stuff that we would have that would just, I think, make the stream a lot better, because there would be more I could show and do, I think. But yeah, for right now we're kind of stuck in that closed garden, so to speak. But the PC side, boy, it's like mod central. A lot of people were posting like, oh yeah, I use this mod to do this, and you know. Oh, well, thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to turn a little bit here, looks like, on our way to our next waypoint, way off in the distance there. So if you kind of see it, we're just. The great thing is, and it gives you a sense of how, you know, we're just going to keep taking chunks out of the flight, and it's just going to keep adding up until we see our little marker for Frankfurt. So that's the. So it's good that we don't see like 800 and some odd nautical miles. It would just be like, oh, that's too much. To, you know, like it wouldn't seem like we were going anywhere. So it's great that these markers are kind of spaced out in a way that we're making progress. We see it because it's small chunks, you know, of distance. So it seems a bit more manageable, and you know. Even though we're still got a long way to go, it's not that bad right now. Nice plan or nice plane? I think you mean nice plan. Well, yeah, I tried to do my best. Nice plane. Well, Asobo gets all the credit for it. They're the ones who did all the stuff. I just try to fly it as best as I can within my limited knowledge. Although Mick might say, well, you have more knowledge than you know. Well, that's possible, but yeah, so yeah, plane. Well, yeah, then that's that. All that goes to Asobo. They're the ones that created this for the flight sim, so yeah. I wish we had some real-world airline liveries for it, but I don't know if or when we're ever going to get those. Maybe in the future, I don't know. Oh, look at more St. Andrews. So we must be over Greenland, maybe? Convoy Valley. Let me take a look at that. No, I don't, Danny. I just only on the. I don't have a gaming PC. Andrews. Let's see where that is. Newfoundland. Okay, and Newfoundland. Oh, so we're on the Canada. Oh, we're still on the upper tips of Canada. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, so now we know where we are. So yeah, we still got a long way to go. Now I think this is probably the most direct route to get us to Frankfurt in a reasonable amount of time. So yeah, if to go back to your question, Danny, I can assure you, if I had a gaming PC, I most likely wouldn't be on the Xbox, because the PC has way more planes available to it, way more stuff that you can do. I think it would be much better for the channel. But yeah, I don't have. I gotta have space for one, and then if I want to get all the peripherals and whatnot, I have to have space for all that stuff. And I don't think in my small apartment I have the space for everything right now. Hopefully in the future I will. Pardon me, I gotta take my vitamins before I forget. All right, there we go. Vitamins away. So yeah, we are on we're still flying over the very northeast part of Canada, according to the airport marker there, and I looked for it, Newfoundland. So yeah, we're still. So if we look at our flight plan here, so we are going to Ikbun. So we got all that. So let's see. Let's go to our next page.
World Air 949er, heavy contact Gander Center.
So all that. So that's page 2.
Good day.
Page 3.
134.6 for World Air 949er heavy. Gander
So,
Center, World
and then
Air
page 4
949er
should be
heavy,
where
flight
our.
level 430.
Yep.
World Air
Page 4 at the top there. That is our arrival marker. Right there. Oh, there we go. We can see it on the screen. So that's what we got left. So let's go back and I'll show you the oops, not that one. Hit the wrong button there. So okay, there's Ikbun. Let's go next. And now we'll kind of get a view. So there's 5425 November. That's the one at the very top. And then on the next page, we have Logan. So that's where we're getting, once we get to Logan, essentially, that's where we're going to start getting closer to Frankfurt, and by then for sure we will see the marker for our destination. So that's what we got left essentially. Yeah, exactly, Danny. I would like to get a gaming PC together, but it can be very expensive, and some people, I mean, they really go all out for this simulator. Like they build like home flight decks, and they have they 3D print all this stuff out, and they have all these. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing what they can do. Yeah, you are on my plane, Joseph. You were the first one in the chat, so you are the first officer. Did you forget already? It's okay. So, I would hope you're on the plane if you're the first officer. If not, we got a problem. I can't turn around and go back for you, so you're out of luck. How long till we land? I just went over that on. We've got a long way to go still. We've got quite a ways to go. So it wasn't until page 4 of the flight plan in the computer. So I'm going to show you. That's page 1. That's page 2. That's page 3. That's page 4. So we still got quite a bit to go. Okay. I cannot give you estimated landing time. Because sometimes I overestimate and sometimes I underestimate. Very cool, Danny. I appreciate that. You're more than welcome to hang out in the first class section. So there we are. So yeah, we still got quite a bit way to go. Goosies, I'm not on a we're not doing a multiplayer today, so but you're more than welcome to hang out and watch. Glad to have you here, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm not I'm on the Xbox side, and the how do you get on planes? Well, at the gate, if we ask for the we're just having a bit of a joke, Crank Man, not like in real life. No. So basically how it works, whoever's in the chat first, you are the honorary first officer, and then everybody else can find their place on the plane wherever they want, and you can fly as long. You can leave without any troubles. You don't have to worry about walking out to the side of the door and getting sucked away out into the wild blue yonder. So it's just a metaphor, I guess, in a way. So if I had memberships, now I'd have to have way more subscribers. Then I could maybe have like a first class sort of section that if you're a like a member, you could buy first class or business class or standard class. Then we could do it that way. But yeah, it's just for fun, that's all. Goosies, yeah, I'm not so yeah, I'm not doing multiplayers just yet, but maybe in the future we will. Okay, so free cam. Okay, so while we're out here, got my parachute ready. Oh, Bex, what do you like? To quote Mr. Addies. So here's your, you're hitting that button that has like the two squares overlaying each other, Frankman. So I hit that again, and then that brings me outside. If you push in on the left stick very gently, you look for this up here, the camera, and then you open it, and then you go to showcase. And then you can minimize this, hit your left stick again, and there you go. So we got basically like it's a drone feature. So we're flying around the plane while it's flying. We can, we can get close to the flight deck there to see our pilot and co-pilot. And I can use the left and right trigger to lower the camera up. I can move it. Right trigger brings it up, left trigger brings it down. I just use the left stick and the right stick together to show you the plane from the outside. I didn't know about it at first either until I kind of tinkered around. I was like, man, I'd really like to be able to do, and I found it and I was like, oh man, I can get some really cool shots of the plane in the air. Now it's it's like a screenshot basically, so it's not anything special, but when you have some nice color in the sky, like the sun's coming down or coming up, and you got the nice color in the clouds and all that. That I don't know, frankly. I think I've seen somebody on Twitch who does that somehow. I don't know how they do it. And I don't remember the channel name because I don't follow them. I just happen to see them in my feed every so often. Is there a way for the plane to pass? I think there is, but it's well, let's have a look. I think if I reopen this, right, and I go to showcase, if I click like that, there it goes. So it just zipped past. So I don't know how. I would have to kind of tinker around with the so yeah, there you go. Yeah, drone follow mode. That's kind of a cool thing that it just went past like that really quick. So yeah, it just takes some practice and kind of tinkering around with the settings and whatnot. And I just happened to find it, and there we go. So yeah, eventually I think in the future we'll do some multiplayer stuff. But you're welcome, Franklin. Glad to help out. Part of that is I have to know you long enough that I feel confident having you in my multiplayer stream. Okay? Because I'd like to stream it and we have like a sky full of, like 5 or 6 or 10 or whatever planes flying together, kind of. Maybe different aircraft, fly whatever you want. So I don't have the what do you call it? Yeah, I'd have to know you long enough to have you in there. So it's a bit of a trust thing that I have to know that you're not going to come in and act up in my stream and everything. So that's that's part of it. So in the future though, we're going to try some of that, but hopefully between now and when we do that, if people come back and I kind of get a chance to get to know them a little bit better, and we have a good, some good communication and everything, then I can consider it. But yeah, I don't just invite random people into my stream. So sorry about that. So let me just look at something here real quick. Stand up. I'm just going to stand up and stretch my legs for a moment. Ooh. Alright, so let's go back in here for a bit and warm up. See some strange people walking around sometimes, and I try to keep an eye on things if somebody's getting ready to do something nefarious. Alright, so yeah, we're looking good. Everything's set pretty much for our yes, I did. That was the first thing I did before I started, Bex. I got up, wiped the sand out of my eyes, and made a quick cup of coffee, and already downed that pretty much. So, yeah. Had a little bit of cereal as well, just to get me going. I will tell you this. I did not sleep very well last night. It was, I don't know why, I woke up at about 1 o'clock. Joseph had a cup of tea this morning. What kind of tea did you have, Joseph? Tell us. I'm curious. Was it Earl Grey? Was it just standard breakfast tea? What kind of tea was it? I know Earl Grey, I think, is considered a breakfast tea, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I woke up about 1 o'clock this morning, tossed and turned. I kind of dozed a little bit here and there.
Going to 124.175 World Air 9er 49er Heavy. Gander Center, World Air 9er 49er Heavy flight level 430.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy Gander Center. Continue to ALLR wide as planned.
Alright, so we are on our way to our next marker. Just a cup of tea on its own. Well, what did it, was it a, yeah, this was like just a regular English breakfast tea, or, I mean, usually they say something on the little packet of what kind of tea it is. You know, like whether it's Earl Grey, English breakfast, green tea, black, you know, there's like a whole bunch of different teas. But anyway, what was I saying? I got sidetracked. English tea. Okay, very good. I've got some English tea as well. I have it every once in a while when I need to take a break from the coffee. Hello, Chris. How are you? Nice to see you here. You are technically early still. We've only been flying for about roughly 2 hours, so we got a long time to go. So happy to see you here. Hopefully you were well. Yeah. So I made that this morning, Bex. I might make one more, but I'm trying to stay to 1 cup a day whenever possible. So, part of it is because I used to drink straight coffee with just like some sugar, and I can't do that anymore. So I have to use, oh, that's fine, Chris. No worries. So I have to use a creamer, so which I have. It's just I can't drink coffee otherwise. It really messes up my stomach if I just drink it without anything. So I resisted for quite some time about the whole creamer thing, and I finally relented, and I'm like, oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, oh, Bex, I used to drink coffee like a lot, and I think that's what's contributed in many ways to some of my stomach issues per se, without getting too disgusting. So yeah, I put the kettle on, heat up some water, put some instant coffee in, and that's sufficient. So yeah, I might make one more just to kind of help me get through a little bit while longer, you know. But I think I'm fine. I was a bit apprehensive about doing the flight today, only because I didn't sleep well and I didn't want to come into the flight all cranky and like, Argh! So, because that's how I am generally when I don't sleep very well. I am just miserable, and you know, I think a lot of people are like that. So, yeah. So far everything's good. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be doing this flight with everybody. So we're slowly making our way to Germany. Addie's likes the additional attention, I think, Chris. Either that or he's not looking when you said afternoon Addie's, and yeah, I don't know. He might be multitasking right now. So yeah, it's been pretty smooth so far. We are working our way towards the very North Atlantic, kind of skirting around, it seems, and then we'll start turning into our arrival there at Frankfurt, and eventually another marker or two. I fully expect, or probably maybe 2 or 3 markers, I don't know. We're still quite a bit of distance away, I think. I think it wasn't until towards the second half of the flight, when we went from Heathrow to JFK, that we had we saw the marker for JFK on the edge of the horizon. So we still got quite a bit of way to go before we see that. Once we have that in eyesight, it'll probably be when we're about, I think, about 1,100 nautical miles from Frankfurt. We should start to see it kind of poke up on the edge of the horizon. So, and then we'll get closer, and then we'll know we are entering the final stages, basically, of the flight. I think we got another 2 hours, maybe 2.5, before we're, I think, roughly in the window of, we've completed the first half of the flight. We're going into the second half. So, lots of flying still to go. And once we are essentially, here's what we're going to do. Once we see that marker for the airport code for Frankfurt pop up, and we can see it very clearly, not just like, you know, only part of it or whatever, then we will talk about open up for the 11th of, or the 18th of February. For the next viewer requested flights.
World Air 949er Heavy Gander Center, continue to all read as planned.
So that will be in the latter half of our flight today, and then we'll do that. So that still gives people plenty of time if you still want to request a flight. If you didn't request one earlier for the 11th, then that gives you time to get the departure airport code and the arrival airport code. And just like before, I will look at the runways and everything, try to find a reasonable aircraft type to fly for your flight, and then we're all set. So there we go. So you use the time wisely. If whoever puts it in first, if it's a very short flight, like half an hour or under 45 minutes or something like that, then I can try to squeeze in another one. So we'll try to get 2 knocked out then. So, but it depends on what the next request is for. So I see an airport down here. This must be a very small airport here. I wonder where they would fly to, though. There's got to be an airport somewhere else around here. Oh, maybe way over there. That would be an interesting flight to do over this frozen land here. Wintertime. That might be a really interesting flight. Might have to do that. Figure out like either fly to Fogo or fly from Fogo to somewhere else. So venture to say this is probably the coldest part of the Atlantic, the very northern part here. I would not want to. Well, there's an airport named Fogo. So I think we're either over Nova Scotia or Greenland. I can look it up real quick. Fogo. Newfoundland. Yep, we're still Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. So we are still flying over the very northern east parts of Canada, the very more super rural, you know, the folks that like to live out in the boonies, I guess, sort of thing. You know, the folks who've lived there probably most of their lives and have been accustomed to the weather and all the peculiars of living in that region. So, yeah, I think now we're finally really truly getting over the North Atlantic. So, but I was thinking it would be great, like that little airport right there. I'm sure I could fly a PC-6 in or out of there, no problem. And I would just have to find a destination airport somewhere, because that seems like it's not connected. They probably have to have, if anybody lives there, they have to have stuff brought in by plane, by cargo. So, yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. No, I would not want to. But I guess if you lived there all your life and most of your life, you just grow accustomed to it and you're not bothered by it, But I don't know that I'd ever want to get to that point in my life, to be honest. No thanks. I'd like to visit it. It seems like it'd be a pretty cool place to visit. But yeah, I no thanks for the cold. I'd like to go in the summertime, maybe when it's like mildly cold, like in the 40s or something, and I can deal with that. But no, otherwise, I would not want to be stuck there at all. No thanks. And I bet you the flying, if they have regular flights in and out of there, that could be canceled at any moment depending on the weather too. So you may expect to fly on Friday, but you might not leave till Monday, if you're lucky. So no thanks. But it seems like it would be a cool, interesting place to visit, just to see how it is really in real life, and maybe meet some of the folks that live there and all that. But yeah. So there we go. Almost 2.5 hours of streaming. I think we're just about 2 hours and 15 minutes of flying. I think, if I can kind of estimate our where we're at in the flight. So we're not quite halfway there. We're probably still in the first quarter, or like about 25% of the flight's been done. So I'm kind of guesstimating here. So the cool thing is, and I never used this before until now, and again, first of all, I thank you for this tip. So we don't see our little marker for our plane until we're within 10 nautical miles of... Wait, no, that can't be right. 10 nautical? Or am I... Oh, I'm at 80 nautical miles. No wonder why. I'm like, why does it seem like I'm... Alright, there we go. That's better. Because I was showing the flight plan. That's why I had zoomed out to kind of give that snapshot view of how things are going to look. So, or the marker will come in when we're within 10 nautical miles of that waypoint. So, and then the next one will pop right in the center, and then we'll still see the, as soon as we get closer to the plane, it will come in, and little marker there that will go to the next waypoint. Oh, hello, Circular Envy. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hopefully you are well. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It's like it's got a problem with the markers or something. I don't know. Yeah. So we are still got quite a bit of way to go. So, if you have to run errands... I don't have either. I just use the standard Xbox controller, Circular Envy. I'm not on the PC. I'm on the Xbox Series S, so just the standard wireless controller. Which seems to work just fine. If I was on the PC side, I would definitely probably be investing in the peripherals and whatnot. Just look at... Oh! -18. Yeah, no thanks. you wouldn't catch me out of bed on a day like that. Be like, nope, I'm staying right where I am. Except maybe run to the restroom and be right back in bed. So, no thanks. Now, I wondered though, in a place like that, you know, they always talk about the northern lights and everything that you can see from different places around the world. I wonder if in a place like that, the northern lights must be absolutely amazing if you can see them from there. That would be a cool experience. That would be worth the trip there, but otherwise, no. I've never been in a place where I've actually been able to see the northern lights, so I've always wanted to see that in person just once, if I ever get the opportunity. I wonder, as soon as the sun goes down, oh, it must drop way below that. I mean, you got to have some really serious layers of clothing on to even think about going outside for weather like that. So, yeah, no, thank you. So, yeah, I think now we are officially over the North Atlantic. So we will just be cruising over this frigid water. Hello, Amin. Welcome back. I was sorry I wasn't tracking that you had left. So, but welcome back. So yeah, we're still within the expected parameters of operating. So no speedos, Chris. Yeah. Of our flight today, we've been cruising at 0.83 Mach, so we're still not too far off. We're still going at a pretty good clip. So we're not close to the 490 knots, our true airspeed, the TAS, right above the Mach number there in the corner. I'll move the marker over there. So here's the 0.83 Mach, 0.83. Right above there, our true airspeed is 473 knots. So we're not quite at the 908 kilometers per hour. So we're probably about 800 and some change. So, but we're doing very well. So look at that. We got a huge chunk here to go to. So yeah, everything's going well. So yeah, we are definitely within the limits of our aircraft, you know, the expectations of what it can do. So yeah, we are doing quite well. So it'll make its adjustments and then it'll apply a little bit more throttle and we'll keep continuing our speed. Now so we didn't pick up a tailwind here necessarily. Probably at least another, I'm going to guess 7, maybe 6. So yeah, we still got a long way to go circular. I can't say for sure how long, but I'm kind of guesstimating here. So we took off at 6:30. We're almost 3 hours in, so maybe I estimated 6 or 9, so maybe 5.5. All right. Hello, Sue. Nice to see you here. No worries, Bex. We'll catch you later. We'll probably be here still flying when you get back, so no worries. It's all good. How do you do the flight planning? It's so hard, I still don't get... Okay, so if on the Xbox you open the world, okay, so let's say you're going to fly in the 747 circular, and you have your departure airport, and now you can do it two ways. You can take off from a runway that should handle a plane like the 747. So you want a very long runway if at all possible. Pilots who are very knowledgeable, they could probably take off a little bit shorter, but generally you want at least 13 or 14,000 foot runways. The longer the better, if you can get one. Or you can find a gate that can handle, like a heavy gate that can handle the 747, for instance. Because it's technically termed a heavy aircraft because on the takeoff and landing, the wake turbulence can get very bad. So planes taking off behind it, if they don't have the proper distance, for instance, I was kind of reading up on this, it will, if you have a smaller, like an A320 or like a business jet or something, it will just be a terrible flight for them if they're too close to the 747, for instance. And then you find your arrival airport, and you find a runway that is sufficiently there, long enough that you can safely set the 747 down. And then what you do is up on the top left, you drop it down. So if you're in the 747, you go high altitude IFR. So it will know that you're going to be flying at probably the most extreme altitude possible with what we have in the sim. So that for us is, right now we're at flight level 430, okay? And then what you want to try to do is you pick a departure. So you look, once you go IFR, on the lower right, it will still have or lower left, below your departure airport, it'll say the gate number, and then you can find a departure that seems stable, like you can take off, and then you can activate all the automatic systems after that. Okay, so it gives you time to hit those buttons, and then you can relax from there. The plane will take over, and then you find, the other part is you find an arrival portion of the flight, which means it will start giving you, you start descending and preparing you for the approach into the land, to whatever runway you picked. I prefer, if I'm flying a plane like this, I prefer an ILS approach because I know it works. And fingers crossed, but we don't have, sometimes in some locations the ILS is not really aligned with the runway for whatever reason. In the sim, it's like it deviates, and so sometimes you'll be you'll think, oh, I'm right to the runway, and then you're either a little left or a little bit right. So so that's how I do this. Now you can, so there's like a program called Sky, well, not a program, there's a website. And what people usually do is they will build their plan in SkyVector, SkyVector, and then import it in. Now they can do that on the PC side. And that, usually the PC side, it seems like their navigation stuff seems a bit more stable than on the Xbox side. Sometimes it just seems a bit off. So they build it that way, and then they import it in. It goes right into the flight computer there, and then they're ready to go. And then I think a lot of the PC pilots use the VAT sim instead of the in-game ATC. So, but yeah, it just takes some practice, Circular, that's all. So there you go. Hopefully that helped you. If you have more questions about it, if you go to YouTube, I know I think I've seen a couple videos that people will give you a tutorial about building it using, you can just look to see if there's any tutorials out there on how to build it on the Xbox. So, but hopefully that helps. Yeah, no worries.
Contact Gander Center on 125.075. Good day.
125.075 for World Air Niner 49er Heavy. Gander Center, World Air Niner 49er Heavy flight level 430. World Air Niner 49er Heavy Gander Center, continue as planned.
So we are kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I just had to, I kept doing, like, even with VFR, I'd say, okay, I'm going to go fly from here to here, and just getting used to that. But then when you're ready to go into the jetliner stuff, it can be a bit overwhelming. But if you just practice with it, what I usually like to do, just to get, so there's a couple things you can do if you're ready to step up into the jetliners. There's a tutorial that you can purchase and download it into Xbox. It's in the marketplace that will give you a bunch of knowledge about every kind of step along the way for the flight. So starting it up, taxiing, takeoff, climbing, cruising, the descent, and on into the airport. It is really very helpful, and you can go through it as many times as you want and keep trying until you get it. After that, what you can do is you can take you can say you build that flight plan, and you just say, okay, I'm just going to taxi to the runway, update your altimeter reading, and just try a takeoff. You don't have to fly the whole plan, but just get used to hitting the buttons and getting comfortable with the system. That way, if you make a mistake, it's either way, it's not a big deal. It's just a simulator. Okay, but yeah, if you just practice at it and then just build your way. Okay, I did the takeoff, and next time I'm going to actually fly the route. Okay, and then maybe you get close to the airport, but you're like, I'm not ready to do the whole landing thing yet, and just work your way towards it. And then before you know it, you'll be like, oh, this wasn't that hard at all. I don't know why. We tend to overthink it, and it turns out it's not that difficult. And I know I'm guilty of that myself. I tend to, like, I wasn't ready to do this or whatever, and then it's like, oh, well, okay, I did this, and it's not actually that bad. So, yeah, just practice at it. That's all it takes. But I spent a lot of time in the 152 before I even felt comfortable enough to step into the jetliner. But I worked, I flew the 152, and I'm like, okay, we're going to try a different plane. Oh, this one works really well. But it just takes practice, and when you're ready for it, you'll be like, okay, I think I can step up to the jets now, and you'll be like, wow, this is pretty cool. So there we go. Stabilize. Yeah, we're stable. Everything's good. Nothing. We haven't hit any bumps in the air necessarily. We've maybe had a few very minor hiccups, but generally we've had a very smooth flight this entire time. The website name is for SkyVector. You just Google SkyVector. I think that's the. Let me make sure for. Yeah. SkyVector.com. SKY. Matter of fact, here should be able to. Well, let me copy and paste it for you. So I don't, be careful using it, but just you can just kind of mess around with it and all that. So there you go. Hold on, there you go. Right there. Okay. No worries, glad to help out. I can fly with 172 without any problem. Yeah, I can. I mean, it's just, you know, part of it is you just have to, you know, keep going and practicing with it. And then pretty soon you're like, I know pretty much where all the buttons are, and I know what this does and what that does, and, you know. So it's just practice, really. That's all it is. So the more you practice at it, the better you'll get. So let's look at the oops. Ah! I almost messed up there. Alright, so kind of looking ahead a little bit. So that is our... So I need to zoom out a little bit more on me. So that's 80 nautical miles. That's the kind of the... So let's go back here. Where's our... Oh wow, we're so let's see, 1, 2, 3. So we are getting closer. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. Can you do like wing view? So there's a way to do it. Here, I'll come outside. So, just to kind of give you an idea. So there's a little, if you push in on the left thumbstick circular, I think if you have a keyboard, you can map it where you can hit different keys and it'll show different views around the plane. Since I have, you know, the controller, I can only do it this way. I usually come out here and you open the camera thing, hit showcase, and see now the plane is way ahead of us here. So we are, let's see if I click this off. Oops, nope. Now it's just gonna keep leaving us behind. So I think it's trying to catch up now. Let's see. Doggone it. Get out of the way. So, yeah. So, the plane is, I don't know how to get it centered back on the plane. It's like, kind of weird. But, yeah, there's ways to do it. But I think if you have a keyboard, you can essentially, let's see, fix camera external one. See, so that's with the showcase, right? It's locked right there at the top of the tail looking down on the aircraft. And then I think there's one for the wing. So if I go external 2, so you got something like that. That's a pretty cool view. Oh, honey. We've still got a long way to go, my friend. I don't know. It's a long flight, okay? So you pop in every so often. I guess you're asking if we're getting ready to land. No, we're not. We've got a long way to go. Trust me. We're nowhere near ready to land. So there's stuff like that you can do. Now it doesn't want to open back up. Okay. There we go. Nope. So I just go back to camera drone and yeah, it's like, because I showed something where the plane kind of flew past us. So anyway, let's get out of this. So there are ways, but I think if you have a keyboard, you can map all that stuff. Circular. I don't know how. If you go to the forums, if you just no. Oh, I know where I have it saved. Luckily, I have it saved. For stuff like that, the forums are your best source of information if you're looking at mapping your switches and stuff like that. That's your best option right there. People will be more than happy to answer your questions about all that. Problem B747-8 is the airplane computer. I don't understand. I don't know what to tell you about that, Almond. I don't know. So, yeah, you're welcome. So, I don't know. I don't know if you can change the language. I don't know if they've enabled. I don't know if there's a setting where you could put it like whatever your native tongue is, or as close to it as possible. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that. It's so I don't think it's so much the computer of the airplane that you don't understand. Okay, so let me ask you this then, Amin. Are you talking about the flight computer down here, or are you talking about the ATC, or are you talking about when your co-pilot talks, you don't understand your co-pilot? Because saying you don't understand the airplane computer, I'm guessing you mean, I don't know if you mean the flight computer that has all your route information in it, or the ATC talking to you, or the your co-pilot just kind of talking back to ATC. Flight computer. I've not done anything like that, Circular. Again, I think if you look on YouTube, there's plenty of people who will kind of give you a tutorial about how to do that. Depending on what aircraft it is. But again, in some cases, the Xbox is fairly limited, so I've not messed with it as far as actually building it in the flight computer. So I prefer to do how I've been doing it, and it works fine. And I can kind of see if there's any sort of hiccups along the way. I can kind of see out now and say, okay, yep, this flight plan is not going to work because something's not correct. And so I just restart the flight, and then usually it clears out the problem. I think it's just a glitch in the system, in the game itself. So, but yeah, even that, if you go to the forums and you ask that question, even on for the Xbox community, some people will say, yeah, go here and check this out. They have way more answers there than I have. So we've got still quite a bit to go. So I think we're going to have one more huge distance between here and the next marker. So if we look down here at the computer, we're heading towards this one. We have 1, 2, 3 markers, and I think those are just nav points. Since we're not on land, it's still giving us that fix, I guess, for our flight plan, so it knows where we are and we know where we are, kind of thing, on the flight plan. So I think between this one and the next couple ones, it's going to be a lot of distance, you know, a couple 200 nautical miles or so. So that's going to eat up more of that distance, and then we'll start to see as we get a little bit closer, I think, then we'll start to see Frankfurt, the airport code, pop up and the distance to it. So it should be somewhere, I think it's going to be somewhere over there on that side of this waypoint. I don't think it's going to be over this way. I think it's going to be somewhere over in here. So I play on X-Plane 11, but if I get good grades, I'm going to get a PC and then finally... Okay, well, something to work for. I've heard some people really like X-Plane 11. They figured out kind of all the peculiarities. Oh, I don't know how to help you with that. No, I don't, Dens. I just fly. I've got the ATC in the game. I'm on the Xbox, so I can't do IVAO or VATSIM. But I've heard of both of them, but it's not something that's capable on the Xbox right now. So I've had a couple comments recently about, oh, I fly with the ATC. That's what I got to work with. So but if they, I don't know if we'll ever be able to do that on the Xbox. I think there would have to be some kind of an app or something that you would have to sign in, like on the website, and then you would sign in on the app and it would be connected or something, I guess. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. Alexander Game Boy, nice view up there. I wonder. Well, Amin, as I've said before, I don't have a PC to try X-Plane. Trust me, if I had it, we would be doing it on the stream. I can assure you. Well, we're over the Atlantic right now, so I don't know that you would be able to see me from anywhere, unless you're on a boat somewhere in the frigid Atlantic. So, yeah, we are making our way towards Germany, so we're over the North Atlantic right now. So, yeah, I mean, I if I could, I would, trust me, but I don't have the capabilities right now. You know what I didn't do for some reason? I can't believe I did this. I thought I plugged it in last night. Oops, daisy. I'm estimating about 9 hours flying time, but I could be wrong. It could be shorter. It could be a little bit longer. Just try. Why is it not giving me this? There we go. Both, Alexander's. Now the stream has been going for a little bit longer than the flight, so yeah, it's going to be 9 hours real world as well. So on New Year's Eve we did a long flight. It was about 7 or 8 hours, I think, from Heathrow to JFK in the 747. So this is our second long-haul flight of the stream, technically. So, yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate that, Alexander. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. Yeah. So, yeah, I doing okay, Mick. Yeah, we're making our way. We're over the North Atlantic here. Just kind of plodding along. taking some bites out of the distance as best as we can. So yeah, it's going good. So yeah, I because I've gotten a lot of questions, or can I try this, or can I do this, especially on the, I get a lot of those on the YouTube side, not so much really. Well, so circular, I run with infinite fuel because I haven't got confident enough about calculating how much fuel I would need for the flight and everything. That's something I want to get into, but I have to kind of do more homework, so to speak. So eventually we will actually gas up at our departure, put all that stuff in, and make sure we have enough extra to, if we have to go around or whatever. So yeah, that's something I'm going to start, you know, introducing into the stream. So yeah, so I know some of you are new viewers, which is fine. I'm glad to have you here. If you're on the YouTube, been drinking, yeah, I've been drinking some water. I'm not really hungry yet. I've got some cereal next to me to snack on, so I'll just grab a handful of that and whenever I need to. But yeah, I'm good for right now, and I've got water next to me, so I'm good. I should probably drink some of it though right now that you mention it. All right, so for a lot, yeah, I'm from America Circular. For a lot of the new viewers, if you look at the description for the flight, there's a ton of information in there. It's, you know, it's got what airplane we're flying, our departure airport, our arrival. I did it. Oh, that's okay. That's all right, Circular. I know what you meant. So like the flight, you know, we're going to be at flight level 430, for instance. I guesstimated our airspeed, which I thought was going to be right at 0.85 Mach. Okay, well, awesome, Amin. We got a long way to go to that, so you're very excited very early. So, but that's okay. Congratulations. Hopefully, it's a good one for you. So I put all that information, and then I talk about I'm on the Xbox, and you know. So if you're new, I do encourage you to read all that before you ask a question, because generally, I feel 100% of the time you could you'll find the answer there. Okay, so please do check that out if you're new here. If you're a new subscriber, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Guess where you're from? You said that you were born in Brazil, so I'm guessing Sao Paulo. So that's my guess. I don't know. Just doing the dad bit. Okay, Mick, that's fine. No worries. So, all good. So yeah, for the YouTube viewers, I can't. There's not much information I can put on the Twitch side, so I apologize if you're like, why is he talking about this stuff? So I stream from Twitch through Aircast. Oh, the Philippines. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Never been there. So yeah, another big chunk of distance there in front of us for our next waypoint. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought now. Oh, so I put that in there because I've been getting a lot of questions, you know, throughout the stream. So I try to put all the answers or the information that you may be wondering about right in the description. So I try to think of questions being asked, and I try to put that information in there so you're like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. So not that I don't want people to, I do want questions, but a lot of times what happens is I give you the answer, and then it's like, for whatever reason, the answer's not good enough. I don't know why. So I'm trying to give a reasonable amount of information so that that information it's there for you to see and all that. So there we go. Yeah, I've known many people from the Philippines, circular, but I've never been there. It's definitely a place I'd like to go visit one of these days. But if possible, I would certainly like to see it. So no offense, Amin. I'm just so one of the things that I would like to, and again, this is Amin. I'm happy for your birthday and everything. Please be very careful about putting things like your birth date and stuff like that in the chat, okay? Because you don't know who's watching, who may try to use that information to steal your identity. So be very careful, because I'd hate that somebody sitting in the stream says, oh, now I know about this person, and now I can try to get some information to use, and I can get credit cards, or so be very careful, okay? Because I don't know who all is watching, and I want everybody to feel safe here. So please don't, if you put that stuff in, I'm going to have to remove it because it's for your safety, okay? So be very careful with that. That's okay. I already took care of it, Amin. I got it. I deleted it for you. But just, yeah, be very careful with that. Not that I am happy for you, don't get me wrong. I just got to make sure that stuff like that isn't used to steal your identity or something from you, okay? I'd hate to have that happen. So be very careful. You could say my birthday's in April, for instance. I have to stay. Okay, that's fine, Circular. We'll be here. We've got a long way to go still, but we're making our way. So, yeah, if you just say a general month, I think that's reasonable. But don't give specific days or anything like that, because then people can use that to kind of zero in and figure out roughly some more information. So, yeah, be very careful with that. Do what you can to protect your identity. So let's see, the current time in Frankfurt is 3:35 in the afternoon, or 15:35 if you know the 24-hour clock. So, yeah, they're 6 hours ahead. So we still got a bit to go. But I think, so we took care of one of those markers. We're on our way to 5340, and then we'll go 5430, and then 5425. So I think those are the big I'm kind of guessing here, and hopefully I'm right, but if I'm wrong, it's fine. Those are going to be the big chunks of our flight right there. And so that gives us, you know, we keep working through those, and we get closer each time, and then before we know it, we will be getting ready to land. So I think yes, I do know, Amin. You asked me that, I think, the first day you were here. I do know about Tunisia, yes. Yeah, I do. So I may have overestimated the time of the flight, but I put that in so that if there was any sort of issues along the way, then you're prepared for at least 9 hours. But it may be quicker than that. It may be like 7 or something like that. So we will know more the closer we get. So we're just now at 3 hours in, and we're making pretty good time. So we may get there under 9 hours. So, but I put that in as an approximation. But I may have over approximated. So, yeah. Still over the North Atlantic here. Definitely would not want to crash a plane, because in this water, oh my goodness. Not only you have to worry about surviving the crash, but then you got to worry about hypothermia setting in too, if you happen to get in the water. And you're way out in the middle of nowhere, and it's going to take some time for rescue folks to get to you. Your chances are pretty slim at that point, I would think. But ooh, I would not want to die from hypothermia. That would just, oh boy, that gives me the chills. No pun intended. So yeah, I don't know like a lot of information offhand, Amin. I do know the country, and if I sat and thought about it, I probably know a little bit of history and stuff, but it's not coming to me right away right now. But I know where it is roughly, and everything. So yeah. View of the underside there. Not much to really see, but kind of a cool view, I think, as we're cruising along. So it definitely will be dark by the time we get to Frankfurt. I know that much for sure. It may be about 9 o'clock in the evening by the time we arrive, which is fine, because I need at least roughly 4 hours to complete my 50 hours of nighttime flying. So, so the interesting thing is, yeah, I know Amin. I do know. Trust me, I study history, and I am aware of where those places are. So, yeah, I do know. So, thank you. Santiago, like and subscribe. Yes, thank you, Santiago. I appreciate that. appreciate the sentiment. Asking folks to subscribe and like it. So yeah, thank you. What was I saying? I forgot now. I lost my train of thought. Oh well, it'll come back to me. If not, it's okay. It wasn't probably anything important. I just saw your thing pop up in Santiago, and so I just wanted to add that because it asked me if I wanted to hide it or post it. So, okay, Mr. Punked, first off, no caps, please. So I'm going to remove that. That's like you're shouting at me if you use all caps. So I will answer the question, but please don't use all caps in my chat because, yeah, it's just not appropriate. We've got quite a bit of ways to go. So if we look in here, we've got 86 nautical miles to that marker. We have all those markers still. If I go to the next page here, and I'm at 80 nautical miles, right? Yep. So we're on this page, and then the next page here, one more, so 2. So right there, that's how much we got left. I don't know the time necessarily. Well, okay, Mr. Punk, you still. Please check your cap locks. Okay. So I would prefer that people don't do that because it's like you're shouting at me. And just ask, how long do you think? I don't know. It's very difficult to, because I don't have, there's not a chronometer in here where normally it would keep track of the time of our flight. So I'm guessing maybe about 5 more hours, maybe 4 more. Or even it could be even more than that. So the markers here, right? So we're on our way to 5340 November. Thank you. So we have 2 more markers that are similar in name. It's just the numbers change a little bit. I think those are going to be our most distant markers of the flight from one marker to the next. So that is going to, yeah, it's going to definitely be above 3 more hours. So we're making our way there. It's fine. But those markers, as we go past each one, then it will eat up more of the big distance between where we were and our arrival point at Frankfurt. So once we have Frankfurt kind of in sight, at least the marker on the horizon, then we'll kind of know where we're at. Okay, so that's what's going on. So it's hard to estimate the time left. So I said the flight was going to be about 9 hours long. I may have overestimated, but we'll know as we get closer. So, I know what I was talking about. So out here, so since it's late afternoon now in Frankfurt, and it will soon be late afternoon in the UK, as we get closer, what we'll see across in front of us, we'll see that transition from day to night, and as we move towards it, what's my screen? I don't know what you mean, Amin. Could you clarify? So we'll see that transition from day into night, and then as we come into that, the night will continue over the Atlantic towards the east coast of America and everything. But then we should be flying in the evening, so we'll have a nice evening landing in Frankfurt. If you're asking what kind of, I don't have a monitor. I have a 32-inch flat screen TV. That's what I use. So there we go. I think that's what you're asking, but I don't know if I'm right or wrong. So alright, I think I am going to take a quick break. The plane will still fly itself, it's fine. I'll just kind of come, let's go over here, there we go. So you can just enjoy the view outside for a bit. I will be back in just a few minutes or less. Alright, I'm back. I'm just going to munch on some cereal here for a minute, so I'm going to mute myself. Alright, that should do for right now. Oops, sorry. Ooh, look at that distance. That is a huge chunk right there. That is a lot of distance to our next waypoint right there. So, 5430 November. Yeah, that should take a huge chunk out of the flight there. So, pretty soon, probably by Bexit. Oh, there's almost there's a waypoint named after Bexit. I think by the time we get there, or maybe Fact 2, we should start to see, or we're getting closer. We'll see the marker for Frankfurt Airport. I'm guessing. So if we go next page here, there's CLN. So that's 1, 2. So now we're getting closer, because as soon as that is on the next page from where we just were, Unach is our arrival point. And so let's talk about that, because a lot of times it's so the arrival portion is called a star. So it is called, that is the acronym for Standard Instrument Departure. No, that's not the star. Yeah. No, SID is the Standard Instrument Departure. I'm sorry. So STAR is the Standard Terminal Arrival Route. That's what STAR stands for. Standard Terminal Arrival Route. All meanings which belong. Trying to think of where the how the broader definition here, just so I can kind of give you a bit of a bigger picture here of what we're talking about. Oh, that's not going to work. I think it's the one above. I know I looked this up before. There we go. I think this is the one Okay, so a typical star, the transition airport route, consists of a set of starting points called transitions and a description of routes, typically via VHF range or omnidirectional range VOR, radio beacons, and the airway intersections from each other. Okay, so basically it's the point where now we're going to descend probably a bit. Unboxing. Hello Santiago Vargas. Nice to have you here from Costa Rica. Appreciate that. So basically it's going to give us a route into the, into our approach. And so as we get closer to Onoko, U-N-K, I don't remember the spelling of it, but anyway, as we get closer to that, we'll start to see our reductions in altitude. And then from there, we'll further reduce our altitude. And then at some point, ATC will give us our altitude adjustments. We won't be able to request those adjustments any further. So doing all that should set us up for our nice approach into Frankfurt. Runway 09 right. So if I go back out here to 80 nautical miles again, and I go to that last page, which is right there. So from right here, there's our arrival point. So we have all this stuff between here and there's our destination right there, that very last point right there. So between here and there, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to happen. If you know, I'm assuming some of you have watched me do this before. So we're going to reduce our altitude, start to reduce our speed, and then we're going to come in and we're going to, just as we get over the runway, basically, I'm going to kick the autopilot loose, turn off the auto throttle, and we're going to hopefully have a nice landing. That's the intent. So yeah, we're doing very well. It seems that we are making good headway towards Germany. So we are past our third hour, going into heading into our fourth hour, roughly. So yeah, good stuff. Lots left before we get there. So yeah, we're still over the North Atlantic. So nearly 1400 in Frankfurt for their local time. I wish we had a real-world airline livery for the 747 here on the Xbox. This is kind of plain, you know, like, you know, but it works, you know. It's something. So yeah, we're doing okay. Just a quick look around the flight deck here for those of you who haven't been watching the stream yet today. So, right there's a co-pilot side. They have a similar, so they have a button set up over there, very similar to what we have here to change brightnesses of our displays and everything. Now, they have a tablet, which, my understanding, if you've seen videos of real-world aircraft on the flight deck as they're taking off or they're taxiing from their gate or whatever, they have this display which generally will show them their taxiway path. Okay, so they know which way to turn. They can kind of map it out, I guess, in a way. So that makes it easier if they say, oh yeah, boom, 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 we go here, here, and then we're at our departure runway, we're ready to go. So unfortunately, on the Xbox side, this sort of system does not work. I don't know if it ever will. It would be nice, but it's hard to say. It would be nice if they, you know, like when they tell us our taxiway route, that it would pop up in here and it would show us, so we wouldn't have to have the marker on the ground. We could just look at that and say, oh, I turn here, and then it would just, we'd just go, and it would be probably a lot more realistic. And then back here you have, now this area has changed. In the old 747s, if you see videos of when the 747 first flew in the 1970s, that's how old this plane is, and it's in its fourth generation. This is where the flight engineer would sit, and they would monitor. Now this is all before all the digital systems that we have now in aircraft. So they would monitor all the engine information and stuff like that. They would, and they would, be talking constantly to the pilot and co-pilot. If they see something that is abnormal, whatever, they could alert them. So, but this area seems like it's no longer really a flight engineer. I think they may still have one just in case to help out. No, Amin, I can't. I was just saying that it doesn't work. Okay. So none of the tablets work on the Xbox. Okay. So I think there's still a flight engineer per se, but nothing. It's the role isn't what it was when the 747 first flew. But even if you Google 747 flight engineer, like 1971 or whatever, it may show you a picture of people, but it may show you a picture of how this whole thing used to look. All the dials and switches and knobs and all kinds of stuff. So, but because the digital platform now that many airlines use, I think they've essentially done away with that position. But I think they still have like a third pilot, or somebody here who assists, because it is a large plane, so they may help out with some stuff. But the typical flight engineer role is no longer what it used to be. So I just figured I'd share that with you. So yeah, I was saying yesterday I watched a really interesting documentary about the 747 and how if the plane had failed when it first flew, if they couldn't get it off the ground, Boeing was going to be bankrupt. They put a lot of money into the development of the 747. Part of that was, my understanding, Juan Trippe, who was the head of Pan Am, was one of the main, one of the people in the airline industry who was pushing for the development of the 747. So, yeah, really interesting story. So if you've got Amazon Prime, just search it, 747. You can just put that in the search bar, and I'm sure it'll come up. It's like I think it's a 3-part documentary. So it talks about the development and then the other challenges along the way, and then how they were building the plane. The plant that they built it at in Seattle there, which still stands to this day, it does produce the 747-8, that they were building that plant around. So the A320neo is the new, it's like an engine option. That's why you have that neo. It's like the new engine or next engine option. So the purchaser of the plane, they can have they have a couple options for which engine they're going to use. So that's what that means. Essentially, though, I think they're pretty much the same. It's just that the neo gives people the ability to say, well, we know this system more than this other one, so we prefer to put this engine in there. So yeah, they were building the plant around where they were building the first 747, which is absolutely, it's so huge, like it's insane. Like, people inside the factory, in order to get from one point to another quickly, you could ride a bike inside that factory hangar. It's absolutely incredible. So yeah, if you want to know more, do check it out, or just Google the B747. You'll probably go to Wikipedia or whatever, but there's a whole lot of information about the 747. So yeah, really fascinating stuff. But yeah, as far as I know, that is what the difference is. Well, I guess fish guns. I try. One of the things I like to try to do for this channel is to give, especially on a long flight, right? It's kind of boring if I just sit here and I don't really talk about anything. So yeah, there's a lot of history about aviation that most people don't really know about, or they've never heard about it. So I don't mind sharing that if I know something, or I say, go check out this really amazing documentary. I watched the one about the early days of, yeah, that's exactly right, Nick. Because of that, yeah, the new engine option is more fuel efficient compared to the original A320. Thank you, Nick. So even I watched a really great documentary about Pan Am, the early days of Pan Am. And then, I don't know if it was a 4-part or it was like episodes of a documentary. And you had actors portraying like Juan Trippe and a lot of other people that were involved in the early days of Pan Am. All of whom I think are all have passed on. So, Pan Am is in aviation, it's one of those recognizable names, even though it no longer exists. If you really, aviation history, you say Pan Am to most people who know about aviation, they're like, oh yeah, I remember Pan Am. And it's, and like I was saying before, when Juan Trippe retired, it took them only 10 years to run that airline into the ground. In 10 years, they had to file for bankruptcy. Now, I don't know if that's just whoever took over when he retired, if they didn't manage the company very well, or they just didn't feel obligated to make better decisions or whatever. So, yeah, 10 years later after he retired and before he died, or it happened after he died, which I guess in a way is a blessing, because he probably would have been upset if he'd seen that happen in his lifetime. But yeah, they went bankrupt. And it's rather unfortunate. It's a very iconic airline. The logo is certainly very iconic. It stood for, they were the first to offer, if I remember my history correctly from the documentary, Pan Am was the first to offer in-flight hot meal service on the China Clipper, going from San Francisco across the Pacific, and they had, they built their little waypoints along the way. They would land and refuel and everything else. Yeah, that was like an unheard of thing, and it wasn't. Now this is the thing: if you go back and look at the China Clipper, and even if you Google like China Clipper in-flight service or whatever from like 1930s, the food that they're eating isn't being served like in a little plastic box or whatever. It is actually being served on a plate, like at a restaurant. So it was very high class, and of course back then, people who could fly, they were very affluent. They could afford it. But as the jet age came in and made air travel more affordable for everybody, within hopefully for everybody, but obviously that's not really necessarily always the case. But generally, then they had to mass produce stuff. But if for the amount of passengers they had, they could have it was a very special experience. And in San Francisco, when we do the flight on Sunday, we will fly. Now the original Pan Am building, now the way that they explained it in the documentary was that they took off from Alameda, was the first where they say the terminal was. Amen. Can just relax. Okay, please. Thank you. I will do it. Can I just talk, please? So I prefer to be in the flight deck when I'm talking because it's a little bit easier probably for all you to hear me. So anyway, but there is a building on Treasure Island in San Francisco. It's between Oakland and San Francisco. The Oakland Bay Bridge and the San Francisco Bay Bridge meet on that island. There is a building that was a Pan Am China Clipper terminal eventually. Now, they may have said it was Alameda because maybe the Circular, they just kind of named it Alameda because it was just a basic name. So when we fly around San Francisco, I'll show you roughly where that building is. So we'll try to fly over it as best as we can to give you an idea of what it looks like. But if you, again, Google's your friend. If you Google it, it should give you a picture, show you what the building looks like. And it may even show you what it looked like back when it operated as a terminal for Pan Am China Clipper service. So, anyway, all right. So, there we go. All right, there, nothing really. We're flying over. It looks like darker clouds, so it looks like there may be some storms over, but we're well above it. Yeah, we're fast approaching our next marker there. Not fat. Well, we're getting there. So. Yeah, I don't mind sharing some of that knowledge. I try to add something that makes it maybe a little bit interesting for the flight. So, there we go. So we should, I'm looking for the early signs of our marker. Sometimes you can see it just in the distance, but we'll keep our eyes out as we get closer. Okay. Amen. Okay, here's the deal. The plane is flying itself. It has the correct trim to keep the plane going the way it's supposed to go. Okay? That's how it works. It adjusts it as needed to maintain our altitude. Now, if you look from the side, there's a profile view. The nose of the aircraft is up, but the engines are kind of level to our direction. That is how a plane like this flies. If you ever fly in a real plane, right, in the real world, if you fly for any great distance where you're going to be cruising for a couple hours, you will notice that the plane looks like it's in a constant state of climb. And it only changes as they start to do their initial descent. You can see the nose of the plane drop in and part of that is they're preparing the aircraft to start the initial descent. So the plane is doing what it's supposed to do. If I tried to do this myself flying, I would not be able to do it. We'd be all over the place. So the system is working as intended. Okay. So there you go. Because I looked at that first, I'm like, that just seems kind of odd. But that's the error, the best amount of air is going into the engines to keep us going. And that's how it looks. I was surprised at first too. I didn't quite understand it. And somebody explained to me and I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense now. Okay. So I trust as much as I can. I trust the system to work as it's. Oh, I'm not going to answer that circular. That's a personal question that I don't feel comfortable answering. Sorry. So you have a, I try to trust that the airplane knows what it's doing in a way, just like real world pilots trust that when they engage the system, so to speak, that the systems knows what it's doing. But a really experienced pilot would say, okay, I can take over and we can either engage backup systems or whatever, or we're going to have to turn around and land because something's not working correctly. So that's how this works. Okay, so I as much as it's nice because the plane's flying itself, we're on our way to our destination, I can set my controller down and the plane's going on its own. So that allows me to take a break or talk or whatever without having to worry about focusing on what's happening on the screen. Now, when we fly the turboprops or any kind of other plane that we don't have or we're not using an autopilot system, that's completely different. I'm going to be trying to pay attention, especially on landing, what I'm getting ready to do. So that's how it works. So yeah, I guess it's basic what's it called, not aeronautics, but aerodynamics. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. It's just understanding the aerodynamics of now, and I don't pretend to know everything about aerodynamics, but I think in the broader sense, this is how the plane operates in a most efficient aerodynamic manner. I think that's the best way I could term it. Hopefully I'm right. But that's how it works. So there we go. Pardon me. Kind of had a cough there as I was taking a deep breath. All right, water time. Now, if we look and kind of touching on the trim issue, right? Now, in some aircraft, we notice right by the throttle quadrant, there's a wheel, and that handles the trim. Okay. In this, they don't have a wheel that, something that we would look for. They have this is for the rudder trim, and then here's the pitch aileron trim. So one of those systems is working. I don't know which one because I'm trying to look to see if those buttons move on their own as the trim changes as we're flying. It looks like we're kind of stable at 55 degrees up. So, but when we fly in a prop plane that has trim, we can see the wheel moving. That's as if the pilot has their hand on the wheel and is moving it one direction or the other to help stabilize the aircraft. So, and that's usually, that can be very busy, or you see it moving a lot during landing, or if you're dealing with cross runways or crosswinds. I mean, not cross runways, crosswinds and all kinds of stuff. Some of that can help you keep the aircraft stable on the approach and all that. So, but yeah, in some of the planes that we fly, there has a wheel. There's two wheels. There's one next to the pilot, one next to the co-pilot. So, if the pilot is really overwhelmed, like there's something really serious going on, the co-pilot can help out with some of that stuff as well. So there we go. So it looks like there's some very high clouds in front of us, but I could be wrong. We'll know more as we get there. Oh, it's going fine, Bex. Welcome back. I don't know. Well, they're both big planes. I'm not sure which one is bigger per se. So that's, you would have to research that question yourself. Yeah, it's going fine, Bex. We're just working our way across the North Atlantic still. We are actually over the water, but we have, look at this, it looks like there's a storm or something. Those are a little bit darker clouds than the white puffy clouds that we've been seeing earlier. So yeah, there must be a really crazy storm over the Atlantic right now. So let's have a look here. It's kind of looking at our system. So we, check it out, Bex. You have a waypoint named after you, Bexit. So congratulations, you have a waypoint somewhere out there in the North Atlantic named after you, I guess. But I've not really learned too much about the A380. I mean, because I know it's a bit newer compared to the 747. The 747 has been around for quite a while, so I don't know much about it. So I can't say for sure. I think passenger volume size, the A380 may be able to move more people, but I think in terms of size, I think they're probably almost similar, within some way, shape, or form. Of yeah, I was looking and I was like, wait a minute, there's a Bexit. So somewhere out in the Atlantic, I'm guessing. So yeah, I haven't learned too much about the A380, so I can't really answer that question. And I don't know enough about the, remember like the exact dimensions and everything to say what, which one would be, based on the aircraft dimensions and all that, which one is actually the bigger aircraft. So I'm sure if you ask Google, Google will probably tell you. Most people would say this one, or or by volume or whatever, it is one or the other. So Well, there you go. You found your answer. Congratulations. The A380 is bigger. Okay. There you go. You found the answer. Now we know. Thank you, for sharing that knowledge with the chat. Appreciate that. Oh, I thought I saw the beginnings of the marker there in the distance, but maybe it was just the way the clouds looked on the horizon. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Nope, that's the clouds. Or it could be the marker. Which one is it? The world may never know. So, let's see what other tidbits of information can I share while we're... So yeah, well, wait a minute, that might be it. I think I see the very beginnings of it. We might be near sight of our marker. So once we see that, we're definitely in the second half of the flight. So, as I said before, now hopefully you've been using this time. If you want me to fly a certain route on the 18th of February, I need the departure airport code and the arrival airport code. Okay, so hopefully you've got all that information, or you can access it very easily, so that when I say go, you can plug it in, and whoever is first, whether I've got a chat in Twitch and I've got a chat in YouTube, so whichever one I see pop up first will be the first crack at getting their flight okayed for the 18th. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it is the clouds. Maybe they tricked me. See, it's weird because sometimes if you move the camera around the plane, some information appears that otherwise isn't there, and so it's very strange. But so I want everybody, if you're really keen on me flying a route for you, now's the time to gather the information and have it at the ready. If you requested a flight earlier and I approved it, give everybody else another chance to get their request in. So, and when I'm looking at it, so for those of you who weren't here earlier, if I look at the information and either the airport doesn't exist or I can't find it or anything, if I can find a nearby airport, either the departure or destination, I'll offer you that as an option. I need you to say yes or no that it's fine in the chat, and then we're all set. Now, plane wise, I'll try to fly something that is interesting and fun for the flight, so that way it's, we get to enjoy some different things. So yeah, there we go. So do have that information at the ready. So well, yeah, well, it's Shanwick Center. So we are, if Shanwick, I think, is, hold on, let's take a look.
Shanwick Center, World Air Niner, 49er Heavy Flight Level, 430. World Air Niner, 49er Heavy Shanwick Center, continue to
Okay, so that's Shanwick Oceanic Control. Okay, so let's read about this. So, Shanwick is the ATC name given to the area of international airspace which lies above the northeast part of the Atlantic Ocean. The Shanwick Oceanic Control Area, OCA, abuts Reykjavik to the north, Gander to the west, and Santa Maria to the south. Shanwick also has eastern boundaries with the Scottish Shannon, London, Brest, and Madrid domestic ATC flight. Oh, well, now we learned something else new today. Ta-da! Very interesting. Ooh, look at that high cloud cover. Very interesting. Look at that. Wow. Very puffy clouds above what looks like a storm area. If I had to guess. I could be wrong. I'm not a meteorologist. I just play one on TV. So, yeah, there we go. So, Shanwick. Oh, now we learned something new today. Well, we're just full of knowledge today, aren't we? Yeah, exactly. So this is truly the amazing thing about live weather. You get stuff like this, and when it works as intended, it is absolutely amazing. It adds, because honestly, if we were flying, if it was clear blue skies and we could just see, it would be very boring looking at the ocean, I think, all this time. So I like the fact that we have a bit of cloud cover. It certainly makes it a little bit more interesting, So yeah, I like this aspect of the sim. It's a lot. I think it makes it much more interesting and dramatic, so to speak. So the sun is moving along as we move along. So we're keeping our eye out for the marker there. That will be our time to get ready to do the next viewer requested flights, or flight, depending on if it's a long flight, if whoever it is, if it's a couple hours long, we're only going to do one flight. But what we'll try to do, here's an idea. Okay, so we have 2 flights on the 11th, right? So we'll do like a maybe 3-hour flight, and that should be sufficient. And then the next week we'll do the same thing. You can ask for a short flight, and we'll do 2 of them, and then we'll do a medium flight, like 3 hours or whatever, on the second Saturday. Oh, actually it'll be 3 Saturdays. So we'll do so yeah, hello Badir, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Welcome. So yeah, we'll try to work it where we try to fit a few people in during the stream, and try to add a couple flights on one of the Saturdays, and then the Saturday before mine, long flight, we'll do, that could be a situation where somebody could say, could you fly a service from here to here, and maybe it's like in the A320 or something. Okay, that's good. Glad to hear that. Whatever works for you. Oh. What do you call it? So yeah, that way we can do a bit of everything. If we do the short flights and we can do it in like a turboprop or something, that would be great. And then so that way we're seeing a bit of different stuff. Okay, that's what I want to do with you guys or folks. So don't always go for the jetliner. Think about something interesting. Now, that being said, the Spitfire is off limits for, you know, the military jet stuff and the military planes are off limits necessarily. If you can convince me that it, you know, I guess I'll be open to it, but try to come up with something unique, but don't just say, well, I want to see this all the time. Try, you know, at least give me something to work with that we can really enjoy it. Okay. But again, don't give me a short dirt strip and ask me to take off in a 747 from there. It's just, that's not very realistic. So, yeah. So for anybody who's going to ask for India next, we are flying in India on Wednesday the 2nd in the 737 Max. So we will do that. So that is a very popular request, seeing flights in India. So yeah, that one is coming without even anybody asking for it. I'm trying to find places. If I see quite a few people asking about flying in India, instead of waiting for somebody for that, when we're doing the long distance flight, I will just do a flight in India, and so that should fulfill that wish for some viewers. Okay, so there we go. But as much as I like flying the jetliners now, which took me a while to get to, and Mick will attest to this if he's listening to the chat still while he's doing stuff at home, I was a bit reluctant. I was happy kind of flying in the general aviation aircraft and stuff like that. I didn't feel like I was ready to step up into the A320 and the 747 and all that. But yeah, so don't always go for this. Try to come up with something different. At least if it's a reasonable sized airport, I can try to give you a plane that I think will be very fun for the flight. Because generally somebody might ask for a specific plane that I don't have, so I will try to find something that should make it a very fun flight. So 24 likes, thank you so much for that, everybody. Appreciate it. That might be close to my best like record in a stream. I think it's 27, something like that. So thank you all. Appreciate that. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed today's flight. We still got quite a bit to go, so we are working our way there. We've been going for just over 4 hours now, almost at 4.5. Wait, let's see. Nope. Yeah, just over 4.5 or 4 hours. I'm sorry. Heading into 4.5, almost hour 5 of the stream and the flight, essentially. Kind of guesstimating here because I use my timer above the live lettering here on my screen for YouTube. I kind of guesstimate that. No, they don't have every airline logo available. Part of that may be due to licensing issues, or they haven't created it yet. So more stuff will hopefully come to the game, you know, people may be working on stuff that they haven't released it yet. So if I get things for the 747, for instance, that is a real world livery, I'll be happy to put it on. Trust me, we will fly the heck out of it, because, you know, not always, but, you know, I want that connection of the airline name. Okay, I like that part of it. So I can't, you know, if you say fly the 747 because Emirates flies it or whatever, for instance, I don't have an Emirates livery, and to me, it would. I'm a bit reluctant to. I did it with the Pan Am flight when we went from Heathrow to JFK, but this doesn't. It has somewhat similar Pan Am colors, but it looks nothing like a Pan Am 747. So I will fly it. I fly the route in the 747, but I'm just going to come up with a generic call sign and all that. So yeah, that's you know, I mean, I'll try to figure something out to at least give it some sense of authenticity, I guess. But it's kind of cheesy if I say, we'll fly this as Emirates flight number blah blah blah. I'm from the United States, my dear. East Coast is where I live, United States, and that is as much as I feel comfortable answering. So yeah, I'll try to figure some way out to give some sense of, you know, a connection to the flight, you know, if I can. But it's a lot of that is out of my power, because the logo is usually what most people are able to identify with, and I think that goes for most any brand, you know, whether it's Nike or Ferrari or Porsche or Pan Am or Emirates, you know, all those things. If you know it and you have that sense of a connection because it's maybe from Madeira, I won't say what city. I'm on the East Coast, okay? That I don't feel comfortable answering too many personal questions while I'm streaming, because I don't know you, and I don't want people to use that information to take my identity, okay? But thank you for the questions. So yeah, I mean, I'll try to do what I can, but, you know, it's going to look a bit cheesy sometimes. Okay. Scenic56, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, that's where things are right now. So yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought. So yeah, just as a general rule, so that we're all on the same sheet of music, so to speak, I don't answer questions about my age, where I'm actually living currently, or anything else that is personal in nature that can be used to steal my identity, because there's a lot of people, when you ask these questions, I don't know you, okay? And it's, I know maybe you're trying to get to know me a little bit better, but for my own safety, I prefer not to answer those questions. So I please respect that, okay? I know people are, you know, they hear me talking, they want to know more about me, and that's great, but I don't like to give out that information. Okay? So, and that is a rule that is in effect always. So if you persist on the question, then I will have to ask one of my mods to deal with you. You know, might get a timeout, or if it becomes really outrageous, you might get banned. Okay. So yeah, personal questions are not open for discussion. Okay. So, but I do want everybody to come in, hang out, enjoy the flight. Please do. If you do, please do leave me a thumbs up. I greatly appreciate that. We are making our way to Frankfurt, Germany. We still got quite a ways to go. So wow, that's some really dark clouds below us there. There must be a storm or something right there. So we're still over the North Atlantic. Or, yeah, essentially the North Atlantic. And let me, I do appreciate that I'm getting a lot of viewers from around the world. That is absolutely outstanding, and I greatly appreciate that, no matter where you are in the world. If you're enjoying this, I'm happy to have you here. So I know sometimes there's a language barrier, or maybe even in some cases a cultural barrier, but I'll try to be, you know, give you a respectful answer if the answer is no. So, and try to explain why. Which button is autopilot? The button right over there. That's the one that he used to engage the autopilot. That one right there. Right there. That one. So that is the one that has got the system under control. So, oh, look at that. Our first... Oh, somebody already took care of it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Our first bot. Thank you, Mick. Boy, that took a while. I was expecting it a lot earlier. So, yeah. So, let me see if I can give you a better view of it. So, if we look, if I zoom in a bit, so the autopilot, to engage it, you hit this one right here. So, yep. So, yeah, I'm surprised it took them this long to hit the stream with the bots. Alright, so we're near our next marker there, 5425 November. So our next marker is Bexit. And then we will, as the CLN, if we remember how we looked at it, so we're in the 80 nautical mile range of our flight plan. So I'm kind of seeing things a bit far out. I usually fly with it with a range of 10 nautical miles, but at least then it gives a sense of where we're at in the flight. So once we pass that, and we still got quite a ways to go, 18 nautical miles. So within the 20 nautical mile limit there. So we are right there. That's our marker, and then we're on our way to Bexit. And then as we should start to see, I've been saying this for some time, and I'm trying to keep an eye out for it. It took me from the time it was released, probably a good 6 months. Just, I would fly stuff, I would stream it, and then after I would stream, I would keep working at things. So, you know, it's something, if you really like it, if you spend the time learning and keep getting better at it, it'll give you a greater sense of accomplishment and satisfaction when you're able to do things that, as you progress as a simulator pilot, and you're like, wow, this is amazing, I didn't think I'd ever do this, or whatever. Okay, Amin. So, yeah, this just takes time. So yeah, it was released, I think, July last year. Yeah, so it's been about 7 months now that it's been out. And the great thing is, you learn something all the time. If you come in and just say, well, I just want to fly the 747 all the time, everywhere, you're missing out on a whole lot of fun stuff. So there's plenty of things to enjoy. You know, just enjoy the process of it. Don't be in a rush. Oh, I got to get into this particular plane right now and do this. Enjoy the learning process of it. Because then, as you get better, you'll be like, man, I nailed this. I got this, you know. And you'll be able to handle most anything after a while. You'll be like, oh, I know what to do here. I do da-da-da-da. And there we go. We're on the ground. We pulled up to the gate or our parking spot. It all went well, even though we might have had some minor issues along the way. So, there you go. But yeah, it was a bit overwhelming at first. We did they have like an in-game flight school sort of thing. We started there and just worked through it. You know, because if you've never flown before, which I've never been a pilot in real life, doing that gives you the foundation, and then, you know, there's more stuff to learn. You could learn more about IFR flying, VFR flying, stuff like that, and it just builds your knowledge. And you're like, oh, so my dear, if you look in my description for today's video, okay, we're flying right now. We're flying the plane. It's flying at 0.83 Mach, which is, we're just below the breaking the sound barrier. Mach 1 is the first, you know, that's where you hear the sonic boom. Okay, so we are flying, if you think about that, because we know Mach 1 is very fast. If we're flying just below that, you know, we are going fast. Okay. In speed wise, the thing is, and this is a lesson I learned, and I'm trying to I guess teach it here, okay, is that when you're flying, even though you're flying fast, it doesn't appear that you are. Because when you think about Mach or anything close to Mach 1, you're thinking of a fighter jet just zooming through the sky, right? That's not what an airliner is built for. So it's operating, it is fast, but it's operating within a, no, Armin, I don't want a goat simulator. Why? No, thank you. So in the correct way we're thinking about it, we are flying fast. It just doesn't seem like it because we're not flying like a jet fighter fast or Concorde fast. Okay, you know, because the Concorde could go from New York to London in like 2.5 hours or something like that. That's fast. But even then, if you're cruising, and I'm guessing here because I've never been on the Concorde, but even when you're doing that, you may not get the sense that you're going fast. But maybe you will. I don't know. I think there's somebody I know who's been in the Concorde before and could answer that question. But so that's something, somebody asked a similar question yesterday, my dear. Or I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, and if I'm not, I do greatly apologize. So it looks like we're not going very fast, but we are. It takes time because, you know, we're flying towards our destination. The Earth is rotating along its axis at the same time. So that may be why there's this sense, and it could be wrong, but I'm going to kind of throw out a guess here, and somebody can check the science for me. The Earth is rotating below us. We're flying over the Earth as it's rotating. That may be why you don't get that sense of speed. Okay, so if the Earth was at a fixed point, then we would probably appear to go faster. So I think that's where the sense is of, I'm not, you know, it doesn't seem like we're going fast. So that's why if you go from the west to east, sometimes the flight does feel like it goes quicker because you're flying towards your destination, and the Earth is rotating towards you, and pretty soon you're well, we still got a long way to go, Super McGee, or Super Miga 229. We're still over the North Atlantic. We still got quite a bit way to go. As you see, our marker here, Bexit, in front of us is 348 nautical miles away. So we are not ready to land just yet, but we are getting closer to starting our descent and all the things that will need to happen for us to land. Okay. So I think that's the best explanation I can come with, my dear, is with the Earth rotating and us flying. So that's, I think, how that works. Okay. Oh, thank you, Super, for the subscription. Appreciate that. So we took off from JFK International about a little close to 7 o'clock this morning, East Coast time. So, my dear, okay, I'm going to try to explain this again. All right, if you're looking at the screen, I'm going to pull this marker up, and please pay attention to this. All right, so the airspeed right here says 232 knots. That is 7 months, Super. You're the second person that's asked me that today. Our true airspeed is 455 knots. What our airspeed is at this altitude is 0.83 Mach. So we're going fast, I can assure you. It doesn't feel that way. That's the thing I'm trying to get across to some of the viewers who think that, oh, speed the plane up. The plane is going as fast as it can within the limitations of the aircraft. So this is the simulator simulates what the real world aircraft would do. Now, could the pilot try to tell the plane to do something different? Yes, but that's only in emergency situations. So the speed right now is all that is being done through the flight plan computer. I have what they call the flight director on. It takes all that information, and between that and the autopilot and the navigation systems, they all work together. They're always processing information every probably millisecond. Okay. Ooh, wow, we did get a... Ooh, there we go. Uh-oh. All right, folks. We have a bit of bumpy weather here. So, let's have a look at our... Nope, that's not... It's not hot air. Wow, that was a strong gust of wind there. Only on the last Saturday of the month, Bex. Yeah, that's the plan. Because I can set that aside, and that should be sufficient for me to do that sort of thing. So, yeah, this one might be longer. I think it might be longer than the one that I did for New Year's Eve. So yeah, it took about from the time the game was released, Super. As I was explaining, Madeira was asking the same question a moment ago. In the game, there's like a virtual flight school. No, Madeira. The aircraft operate using knots, and that's it. You could convert the 455 knots to miles if you know how to just convert 4 or 5. It's like I think it's about 500 some odd miles an hour. But we're flying at about 800 and some odd kilometers an hour. Okay, that's why if you look in the description for today's video, if you scroll down just a bit below where what we're doing today, I put all that sort of information right there. Now, I put that the 0.85 Mach is the typical cruise speed, but we've been at 0.83. So we're not it's fine that we're not right at 0.85. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. I don't think that the plane's broken or whatever. It's working within the tolerances of the real-world aircraft. Okay. So, because somebody asked a similar question yesterday as we were flying into Savannah, can I speed the plane up? That gave me the idea that if I put that sort of information for you guys in the description, then if you read it, you'll know. Now, it's not possible for me to override the system. I could try, but then I'm not doing things correctly or safely or whatever, you know. So on a flight like this, I try to do it as close to real as possible with some shortcuts here and there, you know, especially when we're backing up or taking, you know, the things that I do. I might start things up before you're supposed to, but that's in the interest of getting the plane to the runway and us getting in the air as quickly as possible. But yeah, for today's flight, I had a feeling I would get some questions like that, and that's why I put that information there. Yeah, I've got water right next to me, Sue. Okay. Pruthic. I'm going to explain this again. I don't know circular NV. I haven't played X-Plane 11, so I can't really say. So yes, as we descend, we're going to have to manage our we will tell the plane when to start slowing down. But the plane will throttle back, so we're not going at a nosedive speed or whatever. So within the limits of when I start to tell it to descend in altitude, the plane will adjust accordingly. Okay. So right now, as I was explaining earlier, and it's fine. As far as I understand it, and I'm not a aerodynamic engineer or anything like that, I'm kind of guessing here, but I think I'm pretty close to the mark in what knowledge I have. The plane is flying aerodynamically correct for what it does. So the nose is up, and again, if you're on a real world plane and you're flying, let's say 5 hours, so you take off and you climb to your cruise altitude, and generally the pilot will say today we're going to be flying at 31,000 or you'll say 31,000 feet, right? And they're expecting a smooth ride, and they'll update things if they'll change the plan or whatever if necessary. If there's rough weather or something, they'll try to fly around it or above it if they can. So the plane is flying. I don't know, my dear. I don't have a PC to judge. The PC is better in a way because it has more planes on it. That's the only thing I can say. So the engines, as somebody explained it to me before, the engines are at the right level and they're getting the most air to keep the plane going. Okay, so it does that, and if you're on the plane, you'll see that the plane looks like it's in a constant state of climb for the cruise portion. So that's why it flies like this. And both, if you go back in any of my streams with when we fly a jetliner, all of them have a similar profile that once they're at the cruise altitude to feed the air into the engine and keep it going. So that's why it does that. If I try to tell the plane to speed up, it's not very realistic. It is operating within the realistic parameters of a 747-8. That's why I put that information in the description for today's video. Okay. So I'm trying to provide that stuff so new viewers who have those questions and I'm trying to put that information in there so that you know what all that stuff means. Okay. So, flight, yeah, we're at flight level 430. It will change here and there, but the plane will try to keep it, if you look at the vertical airspeed there on the right, it makes those minor adjustments. But we're right within the parameters of our assigned flight level for this flight. What the plan called for. Okay, so I see that marker there. Beyond that marker, I am starting to see the early traces of our airport marker. How do you play with the console and have it live? Alright, so I use Twitch. No worries, Chris. Welcome back. I broadcast on Twitch, and then I use a website called Aircast. I take the Twitch stream information, I plug it in there, and then I create a space for YouTube for where it's going to go to. And then once I start the Twitch stream, I go to the Aircast menu, and then I hit the start on the YouTube side, and then it goes live on YouTube. So that's how I do it. So, all right. So yeah, I see that distant marker right off the right inside engine there. That is the beginnings of our marker 4. You have one doubt. Why? Hello, Mac 4s? What is your doubt about? I don't understand. What, so, anyway, as I was saying, right there, it might be easier to see on the, just below the right wingtip there, is the early signs of our marker. Yes, this is the cruising altitude. Flight level 430 is, according to the flight plan that I created in the game this morning. Okay, that's why I put in there. I use it's wired to internet router, so it's good. So, but I'm on the Xbox, so the bandwidth, it should be fine. So, if it really crunches down, which it shouldn't, because I have 400 megabit speed and all that, so everything should be running fairly smooth. If it crunches down, it's either that there's a lot of people on that have kind of, but I don't know all that particular stuff there. Kilo Bravo Alpha. So the speed, okay. So as I said, that is the information I looked at. Okay. Hello, AFK Champ. That is the information about the 747 that I looked up. Okay. We're still within the tolerance of it. Perfect. I can assure you. Everything is working as intended. Just because we're not exactly at 0.85, yeah, you may need to contact your internet provider and see if you can bump it up. If you can. But you're going to have to pay for that, I can assure you. It's going to cost you a little bit more. But, so I put that in there. That's what the expectation is, okay? Now, that is, again, that's the information that I gathered about the 747 before we started the stream this morning. Just because it's not exactly on that does not mean that there's a problem. Okay? We're fine. We are doing quite well. So just because we're 40 or 35 knots below what we expect, that's still not bad. So it's fine. I know you're doubting it, but it is working as intended. No, our true airspeed Kruthik. I'm going to explain this again, okay? Our true airspeed right there is 454 knots, okay? 454 knots is not far off our equivalent speed of 490 knots. It's only 300 or 35 knots below that. Is that a large amount? Not really. Okay, we're still doing. Yeah, I'm on the Xbox. I don't know anything about OBS, to be honest, Kilo. I couldn't answer any questions about that. So we're within the correct parameters of the aircraft operating. I can't. I'm telling you, Kruthik, I am not going. I'm going to say this again, okay? And I appreciate your questions. Don't get me wrong, okay? I am not going to try to tell the plane to speed up. It is flying within its correct parameters. I am not going to try to mess with that, okay? I get everybody seems to think that something is not working correctly. I am assuring you, it is. I promise you, it is. Okay. So, please, as much as I appreciate these questions and suggestions, the plane is operating according to the parameters. Okay? No worries. Okay. That's why I'm trying to explain it. I know people come in, and again, that's why I put that information there. That is what the according to what I saw, that information is the expected stuff, okay? That is the, now that doesn't take into account any weather or anything like that. Not really. I don't have a way to show you that. It's just, yeah, we're just flying. I don't have the capabilities of giving you all that information. So, I do appreciate your questions, but you're asking me stuff that is beyond what I can show you. I don't have a way to show, like, the drag coefficient, okay? If I was on the PC, there might be something that I could pull up that would show that kind of information, but on the Xbox side, it's, Spacer, we've got about, I think about 4 hours left. So we're towards the second half of our flight. So we got another 4 hours or so. Yeah, well, that's just off the engines because, that's the contrails you would normally see as the plane is at the high altitude. And you have the hot air from the engine going out the back, so it's not smoke, it's just the contrails. It's the, the cold air and the hot air interacting. It's not smoke. Okay, it's just the typical contrails that you would see. Okay. So, that's what it is. That is not anything to do with the drag. That is just the hot air from the engine hitting the cold air behind the aircraft. Okay. It's fine. It's nothing to worry about, I assure you. So, everything is working as it's intended to work. I assure you of that. I don't know any other way to put it. Okay? I know it may not seem like it, but I can tell you from experience right now in this simulator, everything is working according to what the aircraft is capable of doing in the real world. Taking into consideration things like the weather and all that. So those numbers that I put in may not factor in stuff like weather. So right now we have a wind that is coming from just off our right side there. It's not a tailwind, but all that stuff is taken into account. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay. Yeah, I have a bunch of times. I've been in and out of here. So that's how it looks. I gotta zoom. Oh, okay. So let's look. So going forward here from where we're getting ready to go to, which is Bexit. This is what we've got left to do after Bexit. That's the remaining part of the flight. Okay, that's it. So we still got some distance to cover. Okay. So there we go. But there's the flight deck. I mean, you asked me about showing you where the autopilot was, and I did. So you saw the cockpit earlier, or the flight deck. So, but anyway, there you go. It is, as what I've heard, it is modeled as close to the real world 747-8 as possible, I do believe. With maybe some, not all the buttons and knobs and switches work. It just lets us operate things in order to operate the aircraft as intended in the flight sim. Okay. So that's how that works. Okay. So again, I can assure you, if I thought something was wrong, I would be dealing with that and not looking at the chat. Okay. So yeah, that's how it goes. All right. So there we go. We still got quite a bit of ways to go to our... Okay, so now that we're starting to see that marker peek over the horizon for our airport there where we're going to land, this is your time to start getting your information together for the viewer requested flight for the 18th of February if you want to have me fly a certain route. Nothing long haul, okay? Something about 3 hours or so is 4 hours tops, okay? So if you have, I need the departure airport code and the arrival airport code. So it's like the 4-letter identifier, okay? I will look it up while we've still got some time to go. So we're just over 1,000 nautical miles away from our destination. So, from KCLT to BRU also. Oh, nice. Well, hopefully it goes well for you. So this is your time to get that information ready. I'm going to take a short break, stretch my legs, get some more water, and I'll be back, and we will be ready for we'll talk about, you got your opportunity to give me a route or ask for a route for the 18th of February. Okay? Be right back. Okay, spacer. I haven't. I'm not asking for it just yet. So if you get the, so you know there. So find the airport code for both of those. I'm not ready for it just yet. We got a little bit more time. Okay. I know you might be excited when I ask for it. If you plug it in first, then, but right now, not yet. Okay, we're just getting a little bit closer. So I said once we fully see our marker there in front of us, then we'll be ready. Okay, so you jumped the gun a little bit, but I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'm not ready for it just yet. Okay, so. All right. So we are almost there. We are getting there. Even though it seems like we're not. I can assure you, we are closing the distance. Still got quite a bit of way to go, but we are in the second half of the flight, or definitely beyond the second half of the flight. But now that we see that marker, we are okay, Chris. Well, when I'm ready for it, if you're the first one in, then it's. But so here's the deal: if it's you. If you give me a short flight, if you're the first one into the chat, okay? Because Spacer, I'm not going to use yours as a, because I'm not ready for it yet. So, if yours is in there, Chris, and it's a, thank you, Bex. If it's a short flight, then I can ask for another flight from somebody else. Now that will be you know, like if for instance, I'm not saying I'm using your stuff, Spacer. So Chris, if yours is like 30 minutes, right? Okay. Now, if just for the sake of argument here, I'm going to look at the EDDF, and I don't know what the Dublin should be. Dublin, Ireland. It should give us. Okay, there we go. So EIDW. Okay, that's like 600 nautical miles, which is just about, well, it's certainly less than, but that's not taking into account the route for IFR flying. Okay, so 600 nautical miles, I think that's roughly, that's about 3.5 hours, right? So in theory, we could, if it depends on who's first and who's second, that is something that is possible, but you know, I have to see what is, you know, if there's a short flight, or if somebody comes in and it's a, you know, like a 3-hour at least flight, then yeah, I won't. I probably won't do another one beyond that. Okay, so we're almost ready. Okay, we're getting closer. How about when we get to Bexit? Okay, then we'll open up the see who does it first. So we got 89 nautical miles. We're going to close that distance, right? And then there we go. It is snowing. Yikes! And that is, it's not heavy, but it's just, it's almost like it's not really big flakes either of snow coming down. It's very light. Huh, interesting. So make sure Trevor isn't near the doors. Okay. I'm not sure who Trevor is. I don't get the reference, sorry. If it's like a comedy thing or whatever, I don't know what it is. So okay. Well, if Trevor's near the doors, he picked that seat. But if, you know, I don't know who Trevor is and what that really means. Oh, Bex laughs. So it must be something that I've not heard before. Might be British humor or something. So sorry. I do know most, you know, like Monty Python, stuff like that, but I don't remember all the Flying Circus episodes. So if it's something from that, possibly, I don't know. So, but thank you for coming in, Blizzard FPV. Appreciate the comment. All right, we're getting a little bit closer. So I'm sure some people have already got it typed in to see who hits enter the quickest. So, okay. All right. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe it was something you knew, that's a reference you understood. So, okay, all good. So one of the things, you know, and especially when we do these long flights, this is, you know, when we talk about, okay, once we get into February, we get to the end for our long flight in February, and I don't know what it's going to be yet, and I will look at my options and all that, you know, we will talk about the March viewer requested flights. So if yours isn't picked for February, you still have there's plenty of options. There's going to be plenty of chances down the road. So don't fret, don't get upset. Okay. Now the other thing too is, on your screen it might show that your name came up first, but it's what is on my screen. Okay. That's how it works. So please don't get upset or whatever if somebody beats you to the punch. If you get kind of nasty in the chat, some dude who wants all the YouTube fame jumped from his plane because he always flies with a base jump shoot. Oh, okay. I've never heard of them before. Blizzard. That's interesting. Did not know that. Right. Ooh, 917 nautical miles. I love that number. I don't know why, but I do. I know Mick knows why. If I say 917, he knows why. Anyway, all right, so we're getting closer to the marker there. Matter of fact, let's kind of look again at our remaining part of the flight, give you a overview of what we've got next. That's it. Those last 2 pages right there. And things will start to happen a little more quickly as we start to descend and get ready for our approach. So, and as always, Simon, you're fine. You don't have to apologize for being late for anything, as far as the stream goes. Yeah, everybody's fine. I don't know. I don't recognize your name. You may have been in my chat before. If you have been, I apologize. I don't recognize your screen name. But welcome. You're not late. We still got quite a bit left to go. So we are doing fine. WMKI Ground. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. I do apologize if I'm not reading people's names correctly. I try to get it as right as possible. So, but nice to have everybody here. We are near Ireland. I know. Shannon, Ireland. All right, we are near the coast of Ireland. We're close. We're getting there.
Shannon Center, World Air 49er, heavy flight level 430. World Air 49er, heavy Shannon Center, continue to Big Set as planned.
Well, it said Beakset instead of Bexit. They messed up your name, Bex. How dare they? They didn't even pronounce it correctly. Oh my goodness, the humanity here. All right, so we are getting ready to do some fun stuff here. I have my pen and notepad ready so I can write down the pertinent information. I have it right at the ready, right next to me. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Bex? They need to have a language lesson or something. It's Bex, not Beaks. Oh. Well, cool beans, WMKI. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Hopefully you're having a nice meal. Whatever it may be. Hopefully you enjoy it. Bon appetit, as they would say in France. Okay. Everybody get ready. Who is going to be the first one in the chat to give me words? Get ready. Everybody's fingers hovering over the enter board to see if they can be the first one. Here it comes. On your marks. Still on your marks. And even longer on the marks. get set. And wait for it. Wait for it. Go. Who's it going to be? Oh, thank you, Simon. I apologize if I didn't recognize your name, but glad to have you back. I get a lot of new viewers sometimes, so names aren't... Wow, I figured somebody would have it. Okay, come on, folks. Who's got it? Somebody give me information so I can get the flight done for the 18th of February. I need a departure airport. Liverpool, John Lennon to Rome. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Let me look at that. I have to look up that Liverpool airport. I'll just put Liverpool. It should give me the... Yep, there we go. Alright, so... EGGP. That's our departure. And you said to Rome. Rome. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. There's 2 for Italy. I know it's in Italy. Let me see which one of those 2 first. Okay, that is 7,000. And is it Liverpool? Alright, Chris. Oops. Let's plug in LIRA. Okay. LIRA. Whew. Okay. Yeah, we can do that one, Chris. Chris is the winner for the 18th. That is a long flight, but it's manageable. It's just a little bit outside of my preferred distance, but we will make it work. EGGP to LIRA. And I'll do that in the A320. I think that is a good... That should be sufficient for that. And I think I have a British Airways livery for that too. So, there you go. Alright, we are set for the month of February. Thank you all for participating, those who did. We will go for it again. Oh, thank you, WMKI. Appreciate that. So, Chris, you are set for the 18th of February. Liverpool to... Oh, no, it's fine. It's reasonable. It's fine. So, we're good. I got it. So, we're okay. No worries. You're locked in. So, Stockholm, Ireland someday? I would have to, I'd have to look at some information. What the airport size is and all that kind of stuff. So that I could, but if it's going to be a viewer requested flight, we will, when I do my next long haul on the 18th of, or the 25th of February, the last Friday, then if you get all the information between now and then, and then if you're in the chat and I ask for the flight, That's fine, Chris. It's fine. I got it. As always, captain's discretion. So if I can work with it, and I can say, yeah, we can do it. And so there you go. So you will be the honorary captain for that flight, or captain, first officer. I'm the captain. There we go. So there we go. As the rule of thumb is, captain's discretion is always in effect. If it was well beyond that, I would try to find a compromise, Chris, but it's doable. So 29 likes. Well, thank you all for that. I suspect there's maybe a couple of thumbs down, but that's okay. You came in and watched anyway. So I don't know what your thumbs down's about. If you don't like my stream, or you don't like the plane, or how I do things. I've flown in Malaysia recently, WMKI. So, but yeah, right now we're booked for February. Okay, that's what I'm trying to. So, look at your information. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Don't get me wrong. Gather your information, and then on the 25th of February, when I'm doing another long haul flight like this, or somewhere similar, then have that, have all your information prepared, and then when I ask for it, if you've got it already and you type it in and everything, if you're the first one in and I look at it and I say I can do it, then you're set for whatever day is open. Okay. So that's how it's going to work. So that way, it keeps you coming back to my stream, right? And watching and enjoying everything. And then when we're doing that long flight, you'll be ready to go. So you've got between now and the 25th of February to get your information together. Preferably, I need the airport code, that 4-letter code. Like EDDF is the 4-letter code for Frankfurt. Okay. So that makes it a little bit easier. Because sometimes if I type in a name or city or whatever, it may not give me the right location. So the 4-letter code is preferable. Now, what exists in the real world may not exist in the sim yet. So be patient with that. But again, if it's a country, for instance, in like Malaysia, but I can't do Sinai International to Langquai. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If for whatever reason I can't do those, then I will try to find a suitable replacement. Okay. If for some reason it's not correct in, giving me information to work with. So, yeah. So, do your research. Try to gather that information. Keep it handy on the 25th of February, and we will go for March. You will have that means you have a total of 1, 2, 3. You got 3 marches available: the 4th, the 11th, and 18th. So, but as to try to make it a little bit more fair, if your route was featured for February. That's what I did. I just tried to pick something fun. WKMI. I'm sorry if it's not to your liking, but I saw it and I was like, oh, well, I'll do that one. Because it seemed like a pretty decent, fun place to fly. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. So yeah, as a rule of thumb, if your stream is going to be featured for February, or your flight, not your stream, your flight, then please do not request one for March. Okay, that way, again, it gives other people an opportunity to have their flight looked at, possibly for confirmation for a stream. So yeah, I just picked it. Why did I come up with that? I think I was just trying to find some interesting places to fly, and I was like, oh, I'll go from here to here. And it wasn't, I think it was the distance and the time it would take. So, yeah. So there we go. Okay. I'm trying to... I do try to fly in different areas of the world, but I understand it may not be your preferred part of that country, per se. You want something closer to where you live. Oh, yeah. Or, yeah, one of those. One way or the other, I did fly in Malaysia recently, within, I think, it was back in December, or early January. Yeah, I did. So, yeah, there's lots of stuff before I know you want to see it live. But if I've been there kind of recently, it's going to be like, yeah, let's try something different. Give me something. But I understand, and I had to try to figure this out. It took me a little bit of time, and I apologize, but I understand that people would like this. Maybe you can't get this simulator. You don't have a PC or an Xbox. You can't afford one. So you want to see your part of the world in my stream. I do understand that. Okay. So I will try to get to those when but I try to fly different stuff, during the week. So even if it's not your preferred airport, if it's the country, I think that's pretty reasonable. Okay. So, I'm always doing, when I plan my stuff, I'm always kind of looking around and seeing, okay, we haven't really flown here in a while. We haven't been here before. Let's do this. It should be fun. So, yeah. Okay. So I do like the fact that we can see a lot of the world and visit places that we may never get a chance to visit, and you're excited because you get to see your part of the world in my live stream. So I'm trying to work, as reasonable as possible to give you that sense of seeing your part of the world in the flight sim. Okay. So, yeah. So that's how I'm trying to work it that way. Okay. But if it becomes too, what I don't want to have happen is people get kind of fussy about it in the chat, because if that happens, then it's going to ruin everything. So, I'm trying to make it a bit fun. So I thought they'd already typed in stuff and they had their finger right over the return so that they were the first one, and I was like, wait a minute, nobody said anything. I was a bit shocked. I was ready for like this. I thought maybe I'd see like 5 of them just suddenly in the chat, but that's okay. So yeah, I'm trying to make it a bit fun for you viewers, which I do appreciate. We've gained some subs. We're past 200 now. For quite a while, I was at like 80 or something like that, or 70. It was pretty low. And suddenly, I don't know why, it's like bam, we just started getting subs. We pick up on average about 4 every stream. So I do appreciate that. A lot of people who watch, we have to deal with, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, although that wasn't something that was, you know, we didn't see that storm during the flight, so yeah. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so we pick up about 4 new subs every stream. So I do appreciate that. We're growing. So I'm trying to find some fun stuff. I was a bit apprehensive, but you know, somebody kind of laid it out for me in a very understandable way, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then I kind of built upon that. So yeah, I'm trying to do stuff that keeps you all coming back. I get that that's not always possible because the time differences around the world. So some of you, it's very late at night or early in the morning, and you know, so you have things going on. So there we are. So yeah, I'm trying to do stuff that you guys find enjoyable, you know, or you feel happy that your part of the world was featured on one of my streams or on a live stream. Yeah, I always think about, you know, a plane, or if, you know, today we're doing a long distance flight. Now, sorry about that. I tried to mute it. I always consider, okay, what plane might be the most suitable plane for this flight. And so I try to come up with that, and then I say, okay, yep, this seems like it's very reasonable and it's going to be fun. And it's not always a hit. Okay, I get that. Some people put a thumbs down because they were hoping to see a jetliner, and they happen to come in and see the Embraer EMB 110, a twin turbo prop plane. And they're like, oh, not this crap again. Oh my goodness, thumbs down. I can't make everybody happy, and I'm not going to try to do that. Okay, I try to find an interesting plane and interesting locations that work within essentially my schedule during the week. Okay, so please understand that. That's, you know, I try to do all those things. I know I'm not going to please everybody, and I don't expect that I ever will. And if you're not happy with my channel because of that, then I don't know what to tell you. So there we go. So yeah, Simon, it's just a lot of just practice. You know, when I joined the forums as a new pilot, they said just practice takeoffs and landings in the 152. Just run that circuit. Take off, turn around, call in for landing, and land, and then call for a request for flight again. Just keep doing that. But, you know, as you get more confident in what you can do and how you can do things, then it becomes kind of second nature. You're like, oh, I know what to do here. I need to do this, this, and this, and I should be able to manage the situation. Okay. So like in the past, when we've had what I call a broken approach or a broken arrival plan, if we are near the airport, if I can direct the plane to a marker that we bypass the broken area, right? I'll try to do that. If not, I will try to fly the plane out of the way, out of that broken marker, and we'll have to manage it as best as we can. I prefer not to try to manually land a 747, although I greatly admire real-world pilots who can do it, who fly. Like I watched a pilot fly an ILS approach by hand into San Francisco International Airport. It is absolutely amazing. I don't think I have the capabilities or the necessary things to do that very well. But I try to do it as best as I can, but I prefer not to. You know, because sometimes it does end in a rather unfortunate way, like we've crashed or something like that. But, you know, it's all good. It's a simulator. Nobody's really hurt in the real world. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Look at that. That was rather odd. That hit some weird pocket right there and totally took us out of our flight level. Look at that. That was crazy. It was like the big gust of wind just knocked the plane around. Wow. That's insane. All right, we're back. Look at that. The plane corrected itself, readjusted, and we're back on track. Wow, that was just crazy though. I was looking, and I'd look over just as I saw the plane do this, and I'm like, uh-oh, something's not right. So there we go. We had an additional bump in the air unexpectedly. Oh, okay, son. I got you. No worries. Yeah, I try to be very clear what the expectations are. I understand that you know, some people don't quite understand. Yeah, it sure was, Bex. That was insane. Some people don't quite understand that what I'm trying to do. You know, or if I say these are the rules, you know, some people just aren't going to respect that, and I can't change that. You know, so you know, people are persistent with. No, just the four-digit code. Yeah. I am, Joseph. We're getting there.
Going to 132.15.
I just need the four, like EDDF for instance. I need the code like that for whatever airport is the departure and the one for the arrival. I don't need the runway length because I can look that up myself. So I have the ability while we're flying to yeah, it sure is, Mick. That's insane. Yeah. Yep, that's my new weekend name there. Yeah, that's my new. I think I've been called Rav. I don't know. So I think Amila's even said Ron. So I don't know. Or Rib. I've been called Rib before. It's Captain Mop Addies. Yep. Well, First Officer Mop Addies. He's the honorary first officer, and Amin is the second officer for the flight today. So they've done a phenomenal job. What they did, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but they get a glowing report nonetheless. Oh, 30 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. I greatly appreciate that. What was I saying? Yeah, just the four-letter codes. I'll look up the information sign. I can do that while flying a long-distance flight. So, while the plane's flying itself, essentially, I have the technology. So, I'm doing fine, Mick. I've had my glasses of water, and I've had a few handfuls of cereal here and there. First Officer Mop, there you go. So yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, it's all good. I'll probably take another break as we get closer here. Run to the little captain's room. You have a black screen when you open. Okay, Benjamin. Well, welcome to the stream first off. Glad to have you here. Now, my first question to you is, are you on the PC or the Xbox, Benjamin? We had to drop my mom off at my nan's. Okay, that's fine, Joseph. It's all good. So as I was saying before, real quick, is you look on the horizon there is the transition into nighttime coming over the horizon. So it is working its way towards us as we are working our way towards it. I'm on PC. Okay, so I'm on the Xbox side, Benjamin. So I don't know what I could do to help you fix that problem. So if you go into the description of today's flight, there's a bunch of information. Scroll all the way to the bottom, and you'll see the link to the Microsoft Flight Simulator forums. Go there, put your question in, and either they'll tell you, what is the proper, where you really need to put it or whatever, or you'll need to, people who've had that problem will probably know how to help you fix it. So, yeah, I don't know. The PC thing might be, I don't know what to tell you how to fix it. Sorry. But thank you for stopping by, and I hope you get your problem resolved. And hopefully that information that you can get in the forums will help you out. There's plenty of people who are more in tune with the PC side of things, and I'm sure they'll be able to help you sort it out. So yeah, if I was on the PC, oh, that's fine, Benjamin. You're more than welcome to. Glad to have you here. Yeah, if I had a PC myself and I had experienced that issue, I know I would be able to tell you myself. But I always defer to the subject matter experts over on the forums. So there you go. Yeah, I specifically put that link there, so because we do have a lot of people who come in who are on the PC side and running into problems, and that's generally where I send them to, and hopefully they get an answer to their issue and it works out better for them. So I try to do what I can to help out the fellow Microsoft Flight Simulator community as best as I can. Alright, so Morag. So we got a little bit more to go till we see our arrival. It should be like the very next page. Let's have a look. Yep, there it is. Unoko is our arrival point. So we've still got quite a bit to go. So we are closing the distance to Frankfurt. As you see, the sun is setting behind us. So we will have a remaining part of the flight should be at nighttime. We took off in the early morning at JFK. So now we're going to have this really, hopefully, very beautiful flight into Frankfurt in the evening. So it is 6 o'clock, or just a little after 6 in the evening, there in Frankfurt. So Friday evening, I'm sure folks are having dinner and maybe watching some footy or something, enjoying the end of the week. Hopefully spending time with family and friends, if possible, or loved ones. So, yeah, here we go. Do join us. I'm gonna have to pop out for a moment. We got 624 nautical miles, Simon. So we probably got another, I'm going to guess 2 more hours, roughly, maybe 2.5. That's an estimate, so don't hold me to it. But yeah, if you can make it back in time, we're happy to see you here again. If not, thank you for popping in and hanging out for a while. Nice to see you here. So for those of you who didn't hear early on in the flight, tomorrow we will be in the Cessna 152 from do the flying tour of the hello Circular Envy. Hello again. I guess you've been in and out of the chat, that's fine. So we're gonna do that. So I need it, a little slow plane kind of. It's gonna, we're gonna check out the canal from the Pacific side, and we're gonna work our way towards the Atlantic side, and then we'll land over there. After that, because normally it's Spitfire Saturday, so it's still gonna be Spitfire Saturday, but we're gonna do that flight after we do the Panama Canal, because I was already committed to the Panama Canal thing first. So we're just going to change the plane for that, because I think trying to fly the Spitfire over the Panama Canal, we won't really catch all the scenery. It will be a very short flight. So special flight in the Spitfire. I will leave it for a surprise until tomorrow. You have to tune in. So there we go. So hopefully we'll have as many viewers as possible. Hopefully we'll see a lot of you returning. Hopefully we'll see some more new faces. So be prepared. I think that people will be, a lot of people will be happy with the what we're doing. So I hope. But if not, I tried. That's all I can do. So there we go. So yep, there's the transition over into nighttime coming towards us as we're going towards it, and we will see the sunset. We can watch it here. That's a really, I gotta get a shot of that, even though it's not like the best. Yes, Circular Envy, I do. Yeah. Now that's a really cool shot, even though it's just a screenshot, but that's okay. There we go. Alright, I'm going to snack for a few minutes or so. So I'm not going anywhere very far. I will be right here. But I'm going to mute myself so you don't hear me eating. Alright? Plus, I don't want Mick to tell on me. Mick. I know. I appreciate that. Trust me. I do. I even though we are far across the Atlantic from each other, I am very thankful for you, my friend. So, with that said, let's do a bit of advertising. If you go to my main page on YouTube, okay, like the, you know, I don't know what it looks like, but however it looks for you, if you scroll down, look at the awesome streamers, okay? There's Joseph Adams, there's Watt Mickford, there's Pulse, there's Joseph, I already said Joseph, Chris, and the British Ace. Lots of different content. Check them all out. Please do consider subscribing to them. Mick and Pulse usually stream together. Multiplayer stuff. Sometimes Chris joins them for the Circular Envy. No, we are at the correct cruise altitude for this. So we still got a bit more to go at this altitude, but very soon we will start to see our first reduction in altitude. But we got a little more to go. So we are right at the yeah, we're good. This is the typical cruising altitude for this plane, as far as I know. On a long haul flight, they fly as high as possible. It works for them. I don't know all the particulars why, but it does work. So yeah, we're fine. We're at the right altitude. But we will, essentially what's going to happen from here, Circular, just to kind of give you guys a heads up and understand what we're getting ready to do, okay? Once we get probably another marker or two, we will get a we will start to see our reduction. So I will pull up the ATC menu and I will start to ask for those reductions. If there is a big distance between those markers, then we will kind of slowly, we'll just do it in steps. We'll drop maybe 5 or 6, you know, it won't be like 10,000 feet at a time. So we'll just do little steps and we'll just gradually get there. And then that should set us up for the remainder of the arrival phase. That's the key thing. So I'll kind of talk about it as we're going through it if you've never seen it before. So I will give a constant update from the flight deck as best as I can. So now understand that if I'm looking, I may not be always looking at the computer screen. So if you have a question, put it in and I'll try to look at it. Oh, good deal, Benjamin. Glad to hear that. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Glad. All right, JJ007. I'm going to try to explain this as clearly as I can. Okay. That airspeed at the top is not our true airspeed. Okay. Our true airspeed is 453 knots. That's what we're really flying at. Our other airspeed is Mach 0.82, so we were just below the speed of sound. Okay, because Mach 1 is you're breaking the sound barrier. So we are flying just below the speed of sound. It may look like that we're not going very fast, but I assure you we are. We took off at about almost 7 this morning from JFK. We've been doing roughly this. This is a typical how it would work in real life. So I get that people see that number, they're like, that's way too slow. Oh my God. The system is working as intended. Okay. I can assure you, the autopilot between here, I'll show you. So when before I take off, oh, let's get the dome light on. Get some other lights on here. There it is. Yeah, let's shed a little light on the subject. All right, so right here, is our flight director, right? Before I take off, once I get my, clearance for our flight from the ATC, I click that on, okay? When I take off, or before I take off, I hit the auto throttle, and then once we're in the air, I hit the autopilot, that one, and then I hit my navigation buttons. So everything is working in conjunction with itself. All those systems are working together to fly the plane at the appropriate speeds within the specifications of the real-world aircraft. Okay, so you're not the first one that's come in with that question, JJ. So I hope my answer kind of sheds some light on it. I'm not going to increase it. Everything is working as it's intended to. Okay. I've flown this a couple times, this plane. The systems are working. Okay. So, there we go. I guess with the auto throttle, all that stuff will adjust the throttle as needed. Yeah, it's okay. I've been getting quite a few of those questions, JJ, and I'm trying to find a way to explain it that makes sense, and a lot of people don't seem to understand it. The systems are working as intended, though. Okay, a lot of people have asked me to try to speed the plane up. It's the autopilot and all the systems are working together to operate the plane as it's intended to operate. So, you're welcome. Glad to help out. Glad to explain it as best as I can. All right, so Circular Envy. It's possible early on, I don't know if it's stable yet or not because we've not tried it. It is possible to do it. You just have to be on the same server, essentially. Mine is at 2.7. So if you're, it might be the weather issue. So, yeah, it's not everything is going to work as, all the same everything. So if that is working for you. So if it's working, then hey, that's awesome, Kilo. But I don't. I think a lot of the things that it takes into account is the weather and that sort of stuff. So, in a perfect world, we would be flying at 0.85 Mach pretty much the entire way. Do I think that little bit of extra Mach would make any difference? I don't think so. If we were like 0.95 Mach, really close to breaking the sound barrier, it would make a difference, but then the plane would not be very stable. So, yeah, there we go. So everybody's going to have different experiences, based on where you're flying and what you're doing, and the flight plan that you created. The plane is going to fly within it's going to take all the information and work with it. So, I used to play basketball circular a long time ago, but I haven't played in a very long time. So, I don't know that. Yeah, that's. No, you're fine, circular. Yeah, I don't. I haven't been on. Well, the basketball courts here near where I live, they, when the pandemic hit, they locked it all down. And so I don't know that they've even reopened them, which is unfortunate because it's a really nice little park where the basketball courts are. So, yeah. So there we are. We are now, look at that. The night flying time start. The clock is running. I like it. If I can get at least 4 hours of this, I'm going to get an achievement for it. That's what I'm hoping for. So this works out rather well. We got a really awesome flight out of this, and then hopefully it gives me a achievement out of it. So, yeah. So, yeah, Kilo. As far as I know, you're operating within the parameters of your flight plan and everything, and so am I. So everything's working okay. It's not a, well, if we see this, we've got 485 nautical miles. I'm guessing about maybe 2 more hours, give or take, JJ. So we are within, you know, we're in sight of, essentially, even though we're above the clouds. I see the marker for the airport, so I know that soon, within the next marker or two, we will start to work our way down for our arrival phase of the flight, as I call it, which is what it is. And then we will line up for our runway. We'll be on the ground. And so there we go. So we've been going for 5, I'll say 5.5, almost 6 hours. Well, I'll say 6 hours because the stream, I started it at about 6:30 or so this morning, but we had a few hiccups along the way. I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. So in here, you'll see that's our marker that we're heading towards in front of us, right? If I go to the next page, that's what's ahead of us, those markers. And then the last page, right, here, that is the remaining part of the flight. Okay? So we got all that to cover. So Unoko, or if I remember the name correctly, yeah, Unoko, UNOKO, which I think it's right. It's back one page. Yeah, UNOKO. So that is the beginning of our, what is the arrival portion of the flight. But between there, you know, between now and there, we might see some reductions in altitude and all that. So a lot of things are getting ready to happen here pretty soon. But we will know more, and things will start to happen more as we get closer. Okay. It's, you know, this is, as far as I know, as close to a realistic flight that as it can be. Is it perfect? No, it's a simulator, so. But we're doing good. So we are near the end. And now it's dark. Look at that. I should have started my stopwatch to see how many hours I get out of this flying in the dark. I'm probably going to be short, I'm guessing maybe 30 minutes. I'll have to do a 30-minute flight somewhere in the dark real quick. Or maybe a 40-minute just to cover my bases. So yeah, look at that. Look at that transition from, we flew all this way. We were in the sunshine above the clouds in the cold Atlantic. And now it's going to get even colder because the sun's going down. And there we go. So unfortunately, the plane is going to 6:30 East Coast time, 11:30 UK time in the morning, circular. So unfortunately, this plane is going to kind of blend in because it's going to be dark. Even if we had, well, I guess maybe depending on the paint scheme, it would be a little bit easier to see. But I'll try to fly in such a way that you can kind of see from the outside. We got some lights on the wings there, so I'll try to kind of move around so that you can kind of still get a sense of the plane as we're working our way towards Frankfurt. So yeah, I have to admit, this has gone phenomenally well. a lot of questions throughout the stream. A lot of them are similar in form. That's okay. I'll try to explain things as best as I can, and hopefully you understand why things are the way they are. But I can only try to explain it, and unfortunately it is what it is. So my feeling, and I might be wrong about this, okay, is as I was talking about this earlier, we're flying towards, the Earth is moving, circular, it's going around, right, in a circle, and we're flying towards that point. We're both moving, right? Now the Earth is moving way faster than we are. So I think that's why you get the sense, if you fly in the, can I say jar? Jar or yar? I think yar is year? Yar? Okay. If on a real world flight, two things that I've been kind of pointing out. One, the plane, the way the plane is how a real world plane is, when you're flying. You will see the nose at an angle. As I think about it, it's like the plane is in a constant state of climb, even though it's not. Okay. I think that's an aerodynamic, that's how things are aerodynamically, for the engines to continue to get good air in there to keep the power up, and then but the plane is doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, but with the speed, I'm guessing here, and I think I'm pretty correct. I hope I'm right. Because the Earth is moving and we're moving, that's why it doesn't seem like we're going very fast. If you're in a jet fighter that can go Mach 2, that's like a different sort of thing. Okay, so, or the Concorde. The Concorde flew from New York to London, I think, in like 2.5 hours. But that's at Mach 2, and it operates at that's a much different level than our 747 can operate at. So everybody thinks that the speed, they want to see the speed as this, everything just zipping by, right? But that's not how it works. So it optically, and I think our minds see that, it's like it's not, something doesn't seem right. Okay, so that's why a lot of people, and JJ, just to kind of touch on what you said, because you're not the first one that asked that. It's easy to think that the plane is not doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, but if you trust the systems and everything, it's going to be fine. And that's what I'm doing. I'm trusting the systems. Okay. So, but that's the best as far as I know with my limited scientific knowledge and aerodynamic understanding. I think that's where we're at with why we perceive things are not looking like they should normally. So hopefully that clarifies things. I hope I'm getting it right too. I think I am. I'm guessing here, but I think that's the reason why, because I would always think the same thing if I'm flying. It's like, man, why is it taking so long? We should be going like we are. It just doesn't seem like we are, because we're not flying towards a fixed point since the Earth's rotating. So hopefully that makes more sense.
World Air 949er heavy contact London Center on 118.475. Good day.
Let's get these kind of lit up so we can see things.
118.475.
Got a nice light there.
World Air 49er Heavy.
I think that's good. We got some nice light here.
London Center, World Air 49er Heavy flight level 430.
So we are getting close. We're talking to London. So we will be across the channel before we know it. And then things will happen shortly thereafter. So CLN, Logan, Summum, Sumum, Inlaud, and Sasky. All that is still ahead, and then we should but we'll keep an eye on the markers ahead of us, and once we see that first reduction in altitude, we will go ahead and start taking care of business. So, 12:30. I'm looking. Oh, thank you, Mick. If I could flash the lights for you, I would. I don't have the switch for that, but maybe that would help you identify me a little bit easier. I don't know. Is it? No, it's kind of broken cloud cover. Looks like it's hard to tell because I don't have any reference really to. It looks like it's a bit cloudy, so. Yeah, this has been really good. Now, I get the sense that we are going to... I said 9 hours, and it might be a bit lower than 9. So I may have overestimated. So I try to give a best guess as possible for how long the flight will be. So, because a lot of people will come in and say, well, how long is the flight? Typically maybe 3 hours, something like. I'll try to give you a good answer, but I'll try to put that information in the description for the video, and that's why I encourage, if you come in, just click on that link at the, or just look at it, scroll down and just read all that information. Tons of information. Okay. And I try to do that so that it gives a bit of a clear idea of what we're doing. And then if you're not sure, or you're like, well, you said this, and how come, then I'll try to explain it within reasonable, like somebody was asking, why is it not at 0.85 Mach? Well, 0.02 Mach, that difference I don't think would make a huge difference in our getting there any quicker. But again, it's all in the system. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So, yeah, it looks like it's broken. It looks like it's a bit overcast, I think. Yeah, it looks like there's clouds. I just saw some kind of clear. Yeah, there we go. Pittsford Water. Sywell. Oh, I saw another one and it disappeared. I was looking for maybe like Manchester or London, not Manchester. You know what I'm talking about. I'm looking for one of the big airports to kind of get an idea of where we are. So, yeah, really enjoyed today's flight. Hopefully everybody did as well. Hopefully I answered some questions and tried to clarify things as best as I could. The answers don't always make sense, but sometimes life doesn't make sense. Hatfield. Little Stoughton Airfield. Wow, that sounds very interesting. Sort of little airport there. Maybe it's a crop dusting airport. Hello, Danny. Welcome back. We are getting closer. We have 366 nautical miles left to our destination. So, 32 likes. I think that broke my record previously. Thank you, everybody. I do greatly appreciate that. That does make me feel good that people appreciate it. I know not everybody probably did today. That's okay. I'm happy to have done this, and it all went very well. So there we go. Yep, we are nearing the end of our flights. We have our. Oh, let me make sure my auto brake is set up. Yep, I do have it. Let's go. Max, there we go. Just to be on the safe side. Right, so we are 53 nautical miles from our next marker. Now, what I need to do, that's at our 80 nautical mile view. So I need to kind of zoom out to our standard 10, so that way I don't, because what I've done in the past where I've had that zoomed in and I think, oh my god, the marker's coming right up right now, and then I look outside and it's flat. I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right. So traditionally I fly with that information at 10 nautical miles, so I see stuff and I'm like, okay, we're within, this is where things are going to happen. So, yeah. I think... Ooh, look at that silhouette of the plane against that little last bit of color in the sky. That's one of the things I love about this sim. The colors are just absolutely amazing. That sunset and everything, it's phenomenal. So I think I'm going to take one more trip to the little captain's room. So I will be back in a moment, so sit tight and we will be finishing things up here shortly. All right, I'm back. Just took a quick captain's break. It's been going really great. We are 327 nautical miles from our airport destination, so we should start to see our reductions in altitude and everything, and we will prepare for our landing. So with that in mind, I need to go back to my notes for our for the 747. The reference speed. Okay, so I need to look real quick. We're going to look in something in the system here, and then we'll get back to it. So let's go here. Approach. So our speed for our landing is going to be 160 knots. So I needed to make sure I have that for our so I know basically what to slow down to. Okay, so kind of talking about our systems, and I'll give you a kind of a quick overview as we make our way towards the CLN marker. Once we are near our approach, there's going to be a bar over here and a bar down here. Okay, those will and then there'll be lines basically, kind of like these, but they won't move. They will be fixed. So there'll be a magenta diamond somewhere on the bottom here, either left or right. Once it gets into the center, I'm going to hit the it's over here, the lock mode. So that's going to hit the localizer, and then when there's the diamond on this side gets in the middle, I'll hit the approach button. That should lock in our ILS approach. Okay, I say should because in the past we've had problems where that stuff doesn't lock in like it's supposed to. Now, I think towards the end of last year they did update all the navigation stuff, but I don't know if they, some of the stuff is a bit off, it's not lined up correctly or it's not working as intended. All right, another marker at 43,000. So we're still going. We still got a bit more to go, and we will be getting there. Yeah, can't. That's the only thing I don't like about night flying is it's very hard to see the plane, and because it's dark, here without any kind of lights to kind of give us a sense of where we are, it's very hard to know. So I do believe we've crossed the English Channel already, so we are in mainland Europe, making our way towards Frankfurt. So I feel like we should have been starting to reduce our altitude already. Let's see what the next one, maybe after the next one, but it's going to be, we may have to do it quicker than what it should be. So keep an eye out for that. And then, matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and get the ATC window open. There we go. So I have that ready to start doing our next bits here. Yeah, I would have expected at least we would have started our first reduction but in altitude, but we will see what we get in front of us here, and then we'll go from there. Nope, still. Well, here's what we're going to do. Just to be a bit cautious, I'm going to ask to go to flight level 400.
London Center, World Air 949er Heavy. Request flight level 400.
Just so we have we're starting at least something, and then we've got...
949er Heavy descend and maintain flight level 400.
Descend and maintain flight level 400, World Air 949er Heavy.
So we'll go ahead and start that. I just feel a little bit better dropping a little bit of altitude now, so that as we get closer, we are in better shape for the rest of the flight. Amsterdam. Wow. Oh crap. Oh, there we go.
Going to 119er, okay. Decimal 175, World Air 949er Heavy. Amsterdam Center, World Air 949er Heavy is passing flight level 405, descending flight level 400.
World Air 949er Heavy, Amsterdam Center, continue to inlaud as planned.
Oh, we just passed in lot, or is that our... No, that's our next one. Okay. I want to go for... I want to ask for 370. I just feel like it's... I want to be...
Amsterdam Center, World Air 9er,
try to be in good shape here. I think we will be, but I want to be a little bit better prepared.
World Air 949er Heavy descent and maintain flight level 370.
Descend and maintain flight level 370, World Air 949er Heavy.
Wow, these markers are very close together. Very interesting. So the next one is Saski. Wow, I'm surprised that we haven't... Well, I want to stay right here at 370 for the rest of the for right now. Just so that we're... I feel like we're set up pretty good right here for the rest of our flight here. So yeah, we'll just stay right here. We'll see what we get next. We may be very close to what a marker or two in front of us is going to be close, so that way we're feeling pretty much set for success here. So over here we'll see the little marker for the plane come into the center here. I kind of like flying this way now because then I can definitely look to see all that information, and I'm so glad somebody pointed that out. that is a really, it makes things so much easier. So I don't have to like take off and think that everything's going to work as intended. Let's see where our next marker is at. Yeah, really hard to see the plane now. Kind of silhouetted against.
Heavy contact Brussels Center on 125.0.
Yeah, Brussels.
Good day.
Going to 125.0 World Air 9er 49er heavy. Brussels Center, World Air 9er 49er.
Well, okay,
heavy,
look at
flight
that.
level 370.
So I kind of guessed correctly. That marker in front of us right there is that's our arrival phase. So we did it. We're in good shape for that. I'm going to go a little bit closer here at 370. I'm going to start dropping a little bit at a time. So there we go. We are going to start setting up for success. So let's do a 4,000.
Brussels Center, World Air 9er 49er heavy. Request flight level 330.
World Air 9er 49er heavy descend and maintain flight level 330.
Descend and maintain flight level 330 World Air 9er 49er heavy.
World Air 9er 49er heavy contact Amsterdam Center on 119.175. Good day.
Going to 119.175 World Air 9er 49er heavy. Amsterdam Center World Air 9er 49er heavy is passing flight level 370, descending flight level 330.
World Air 9er 49er heavy Amsterdam Center. Continue to Anelco as planned.
Yep, we are starting our descent. So our marker there at 155 nautical miles, that's our point for our arrival portion. But we are going to descend as we get closer to that. We're going to keep stepping down until we're about 15,000 feet. And then we're going to stay there. And then from there, we will keep descending into our runway approach. set. I need to change the speed over to knots, and we'll get the plane slowed down, get the speed under control, so we can do what we need to do to slow the plane down for our so let's go to 250. Oops.
Heavy contact Brussels Center on 125.0. Good day.
125.0 World Air 9er 49er Heavy. Brussels Center, World Air 9er 49er Heavy flight level 330.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy Brussels Center. Continue to Anoka as planned.
Alright, so let's go to let's descend by
Brussels
8,000
Center,
feet.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy. Request flight level 250.
World Air 9er 49er Heavy descend and maintain flight level 250.
Descend and maintain flight level 250 World Air 9er 49er Heavy.
Alright, so we're just managing our descent here, pretty much. Now, what I can do from here as we get closer, I can round that up and I can say let's drop 10,000 feet, and we'll be at we'll be at 15,000 feet. So we're pretty much set now. I've got a good feeling about this flight. Knock on wood. So almost 7 hours, 6.5. So whew, it's been a long one, but it's gone fairly well. I can't stress that enough. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Nice to have everybody come by and say hello, introduce themselves, ask some questions, and so, yeah, we are all good. We done good. Yeah, I know, but I've got a good feeling. This is gonna be, it'll be fine. It will be fine. I've got a good feeling about this one. Hopefully, I'm not proven wrong. Knock on wood, but it's kind of nice when you have a bit of the lights of the city below you. You can kind of silhouette the outline of the aircraft. Because the last bit, there's just a smidge of the sun on the other side. As the sun, we're moving away from the sun. So yeah, I will go once we get to here. I'll request a reduction to 10,000 feet, so we should be set for that. 15, go to 230, okay. Actually, I'll go from 230 here before we descend to 15,000 feet. Oh, I wonder... Oh, we're still not below... at some point we'll get an updated altimeter reading from somebody if we're not at the correct altitude, so... we'll have to pay attention for that. And we will change our barometric pressure reading so we're at the correct altitude. And then certainly as we line up for our approach, we'll get one more update from the tower so that we ensure that we are at the right place at the right time and all that good stuff. Schaffen Airport. Schaffen. Maybe it's Schaffen or maybe it's Schaffen. Could be Schaffen. Might be. There's a couple different ways to say it, I think. I don't know which one's correct. Alright, let's go back inside here. Turn this to 230. Let's go request.
Brussels Center, World Air 949er Heavy. Request 15,000 feet.
World Air 949er Heavy descend and maintain 15,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 15,000 feet. World Air 949er Heavy.
This thing's very finicky sometimes. Oops. There we go. All right. Let's get all of our lights on here. I do like a well-lit plane. That will help light us up a bit. The outside. Well, kind of. Not really. A little bit. I do like to be a well-lit plane. Oh, it did change. Thought I hit the... That's interesting. I thought I hit the button and it's like it didn't start going. Okay, now it's going. Alright. Oh, 33 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. I greatly appreciate that.
World Air 949er Heavy, please expedite your descent 15,000 feet.
Oh, why is it not doing its thing? Go on, go. Go. There we go. Now it's going. Alright. Little hiccups here and there. We'll make it. We got it. We got this. I can tell it to nose over a little bit more if I have to. I don't know if there's an expedite button, really. No, I don't think there is. Not, I don't, even if there was, I don't know that it would work, to be honest. Because there's one in the A320 and it doesn't do anything. I wonder if I hit it again, will it tell it to get a move on? Oh, it did. Okay, there we go. Got a little bit more get up and go and get... Well, it did for a moment. Let's try again. Alright, I think we're in good shape. We're in good shape. I trust we're in good shape. Zoutendal Air Base. Huh. St. Truden Air Base? Huh. Interesting. Quite a few air bases around here. Not sure exactly where we are. Wartburg. I recognize that name. I don't know why, but I do. What I would like to do eventually is I'd like to get a sense of, if I can kind of see where our path is going to take us, I can point out that as we come into our approach, we're going to be here. Ooh, Maastricht, Aachen. We are coming in, or Aachen. We know that name, Aachen. Know that from Train Simulator, don't we, Mick? the name that you don't like to say. Train Simulator, don't we, Mick? the name that you don't like to say.